Jiwa raga kami.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born. The nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru punya Bamei jauh, mana di sekarang, mana di sekarang. Batamu lawanlah Adinda iman di dadara Semalaya, iman di dadara Semalaya. Sayang si patokaan makai go gorokan sayang si patokaan makai go gorokan sayang sajujur you madam komi sabab pare samuna muna keke samuna keke Soleram, anak yang manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium, merah pipinya. Kampungan jauh di mata, kunwangsan saya baku milian, takkan aja kawan alamu, sangke basuh yang suria.
Batu manikan di berjoget sama di pertandingan menangis membengkak jua sebab membengkak
cula cula. Saksi batu manikan di pacoket sama di kotam dia meninggal. Sebab mangkar cula cula, sebab mangkar cula cula. Cuplak-cuplak suang tinggal enter membuka tondong kuda Pak empong lerak-lerak sopong guyung dele akhir sir pong dele kopong sir pong dele kopong Ampar-ampar pisangku belum masak sabigi diurung bari-bari manggalepok patah kayu pengkok dimakan api apinya cangcurupan rasa sayangi lihat dari jauh rasa sayangi lihat dari jauh rasa sayangi. Honke 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 riro, honke jombe riro, honke 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 riro, honke jombe riro.
Untuk Indonesia, semoga karya ini bisa mewakili seluruh kecintaan kita terhadap Indonesia. Berdoa mulai. Indonesia merdeka!
Bisa sih. Suara musik dengar nggak?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, ready? Go ahead. Makan, go, telepon, sekarang.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to our agenda,
The first international seminar on ocean science and sustainability, ISOS 2022.
The theme of ISOS 2022 is Innovative Ocean Resources Exploration for Sustainable Development.
Thank you for attending. This seminar is held by Department of Marine Science and Technology, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University.
It is such a wonderful and precious moment for us, Izadin Riza, and my partner
Marsha Hamidah,
from Department of Marine Science and Technology, IPB University, to be the Master of Ceremony of ISOS 2022.
first of all, praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us blessings and mercies so that we can hold this seminar without any obstacles. Praise and salutation always be upon to our Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, who has brought us from the darkness to the lightness, from stupidity to cleverness.
Before we start, I would like to invite you all to take a prayer for a minute. Prayer begin. Finish? The following agenda will be singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and also a hymn of IPB University.
Well, to take the advantage of this time, let's step to our first agenda, that is welcoming speech by ISOS Chairman, Dr. Beginner Subhan. To Sir Beginner, the time is yours. Thank you, Sir Beginner.
And now, without further ado, the next one will be an opening speech by Professor Dr. Ferdinand Yulianda, as the Dean of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University. To Sir Ferdinand, time is yours. Thank you, Sir Ferdinand.
And next, there will be an opening by Professor Dr. Arif Satria, as Rector of IPB University. To Sir Arif Satria, the time is yours. Thank you, Sir Arif Satria.
And now let's take a moment to watch the teaser of ISOS today. Please keep.
Before we move to the next agenda, let us take a picture together. There will be 4 slides. For the first slide, please be ready.
For the second slide, please be ready. So, 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, there will be a speech that will be delivered by our amazing keynote speaker, Dr. Inyoman Radiarta. Dr. Inyoman Radiarta is Dr. Inyoman Radiarta have finished his bachelor degree in Fisheries of Science by Bogor Agricultural University. and also master degree in remote sensing and geographic information system, Asian Institute of Technology, and he also had received his PhD in Fisheries Science, Hokkaido University. Bang, yang bagian bawah kurang kelihatan. Ini cahaya. He is also the chairman of Agency for Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resource, director of Marine Research Center, September 2020 to March 2022. And he also have received the Best Presentation Award from North Pacific Marine Science. Buang ketutup, Bang.
Yang internasional tapi
Oh iya, berarti yang data saja. We also have received the travel grant from OCEG to attend Safari of Remote Sensing and Fisheries, 15 to 17 February 2018 in Kochi, India. To Sir Nyoman, time is yours. Thank you for your speech, Sir Nyoman. Please accept this certificate as an appreciation for us. Now let's watch a video presented by our sponsor.
Pulau Mandangin di Madura, Jawa Timur adalah salah satu penghasil rajungan di Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we are delighted to inform you that we have the moderator for the first session, Sir Ade Yamindago, PhD from Brawijaya University, Indonesia. Sir Ade, Sir Ade has finished his bachelor degree in Hasanuddin University, master degree in Brawijaya University, master degree in Burapa University, and also doctoral degree in University of Science and Technology. His expertise is in marine biology and also coral ecology. Sir Ade Yamindago is a member of lecturer at Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Brawijaya University, also awarded Grand Torai Science Foundation, and also the head of the Fisheries and Marine Resources Exploration Laboratory. To Sir Ade, you are welcome to lead this session. The committee have the certificate of appreciation for Professor Dietrich G. Bengen from Department of Marine Science and Technology, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University, and also to Insinyur Kuncoro from Indonesia Blue Swimming Crab Association, we appreciate both of you for sharing your valuable insight. And also, the certificate is given to Sir Shailil Johri, PhD. Okay. The certificate is also given to our moderator, Sir Ade Yamindago, PhD. Thank you so much for leading this session.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next discussion will be led by Dr. Yasman from University of Indonesia. Dr. Yasman, time is yours. Thank you, and as an appreciation, the committee have prepared a certificate for Tan Min Pao from Institute of Marine Biotechnology, University Malaysia Terengganu, and Yang Xiang Ho, PhD from National University of Singapore. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us today, and also to our moderator, Ma'am Dr. Yusman. Please accept our deepest gratitude.
And now we will watch a video presented by our
Di sini hampir semua masyarakat Padelegan ini bekerja di pemrosesan racungan, terutama perempuan.
To the next agenda, there will be presentation with 5 topics, namely climate change and ocean threats,
Marine bioprospecting and food security,
renewable blue energy,
and sustainable blue economics.
and also sustainable ocean technology. This session will be led by Dr. Tri Partono. To Dr. Tri Partono, the time is yours.
Again, we would like to thank you for our sponsor, APRI,
Dakar Coffee,
Indonesia Blue Economy Center.
and Living by Mandiri.
Finally, from the deepest of our heart, we do apologize for our mistake in presenting this event. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Iya.
Pakai suratnya aja,
Dokter.
ya. Sorry.
Seksi berpanikan di berjoget semua ikatan dia menyanyi sebang mengkar jelajah sebang mengkar jelajah. Seksi berpanikan di berjoget semua ikatan dia menyanyi sebang mengkar jelajah sebang mengkar jelajah. Cuplas suwangi tinggal lenter membuka tondong kuda Pak Empong lerak-lere sopong guyung dele ake sir sirpong dele kopong sirpong dele kopong ampar pisangku belum masak sabigi diurung bari-bari manggalepok
Video teaser nggak ada kan berarti ada lagi ya. Berapa menit lagi kita mulai? Jam 9 kita. Menit. Video teaser nggak ada. tahu dan pelajari satu persatu. Iya, seluruhnya tanpa terkecuali. Dari mulai tanpa terkecuali.
swimming crab is one of the small-scale fishery products that have immense social and economic impact to the millions of artisanal fishers and other fishers who rely on their livelihood to these crabs. There are more than 65,000 fishers and 13,000 crab pickers involved on this fishery industry. Blue swimming crab is one of Indonesia's most important fishery commodity and serve as the fourth fisheries export commodities after tuna, shrimp, and seaweed. 80% of the blue swimming crabs are exported to the US market. With the support from Sustainable Fisheries Partnership, SFP, Indonesia Blue Swimming Crab Association's APRI attempt to improve the compliance towards Indonesia's government regulations, such as minimum legal size of 10 centimeters, restrictions to catch buried female crabs, and ban the usage of trawls. That eventually, with the applications of these regulations, it will improve the sustainability of blue swimming crab fisheries. To improve the compliance of blue swimming crab products, APRI, SFP, and NFI crab councils are now implementing control document activities. Control document is a letter of warranty provided by the supplier to the buyer. Within the letter, the buyer certifies to the best of his knowledge that the products purchased from him are legally caught and comply to the national and international laws.
The document control has been established by APRI, SFP, and NFI Crab Council since 2015. This document control developed in order to follow up the new regulations by Indonesian government. So this document control is really important to make sure that the compliance on these regulations are fully implemented in the ground.
To change the fishing gears from gill net to the trap trials is one of the activities that support compliance of the blue swimming crabs catching.
So we are hoping that all APRI members, besides implementing the sustainability activities, we are also hoping that the document control also help us to have a traceability system from the fishermen to mini plants and also to the processing plants. This will comply to all rules and regulations in Indonesia, also in the importing countries.
To support traceability and spatial data system in the blue swimming crab fisheries management, some of the pelagic data systems are set up in 150 boats in Indonesia to track down the fishing operation and map up the fishing ground. The sustainable blue swimming crab fisheries will benefit all involving parties. A collective awareness of all stakeholders, including the buyers, is needed for the synergy between economic and environmental interest. Increased blue swimming crab population not only will improve the fisheries' welfare, but also will protect the sustainability of the marine ecosystem.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome to our agenda.
The first international seminar on ocean science and sustainability, ISOS 2022.
The theme of ISOS 2022 is Innovative Ocean Resources Exploration for Sustainable Development.
Thank you for attending. This seminar is held by Department of Marine Science and Technology, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University.
It is such a wonderful and precious moment for me, Izadin Riza, and my partner,
Marsha Hamidah,
from Department of Marine Science and Technology, IPB University, Master of Ceremony of ISOS 2022.
First of all, praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has been giving us blessings and mercies so that we can help this seminar without any obstacles. Praise and salutation always be upon to our Prophet Muhammad SAW, who has brought us from the darkness to the lightness, from stupidity to cleverness.
Before we start, I would like to invite you all to take a prayer for a moment. Prayer begin. Finish. The following agenda will be singing our national anthem Indonesia Raya, also hymn of IPB University.
Well, to take the advantage of the time, let's step to our first agenda, that is welcoming speech by ISO's chairman, Dr. Beginner Subahan. To Dr. Beginner Subahan, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector IPB University, Professor Dr. Arif Satria, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University, Professor Dr. Ferdinand Yulianda, the Honorable Head of Department of Marine Science and Technology, Dr. Samsul Bahri Agus, the Honorable keynote speakers, all invited speakers, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to say thanks to Allah for the great opportunity that has been given to us on a very good day. And I hope that all of you are in a great healthy condition. And I welcome all to you to our first international seminar on ocean sciences and sustainability, ISOS 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our first international seminar, and hopefully it will be a regular event that stands every 2 years. Our main goal through this seminar is to invite all the researchers to share their knowledge from the scientific point of view to find an innovative solution to explore ocean resources for sustainable development. This is why we brought up the innovative ocean resources exploration for sustainable development as our tagline for this international seminar. In this seminar, we'll be present 5 different topics, which are first, climate change and ocean trades, marine bioprospecting and food security, renewable blue economy, sustainable blue economies, sustainable ocean technology. We do collaborate with our world-ranking university partners, such as National University of Singapore, the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, Stanford University, and University Malaysia Terengganu. We would like to say thanks to Indonesian world-class university partners who co-host this event together with us. University of Indonesia, University of Brawijaya, Syekh Kuala University, Trunojoyo University, Raja Ali Haji Maritime University, STIA Indonesia. We would like to say thanks to our industrial partners who incorporate in Indonesian Blue Swimming Crabs Association, also our main sponsor of the seminar. Last but not least, our sponsor and media partners contribute to success of this international seminar held by our beloved Department of Marine Science and Technology. We also thanks all the organizer committee for this successful international event and for the trust and the opportunity given by rector to us to organizing this international seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, last, I would like to express my gratitude to late headmaster of Marine Science and Technology, IPB University, our beloved Dr. Hawis Madupa. This seminar, international seminar, is one of his idea to make IPB University become the leading university in marine science, and his vision will live forever through us. For this moment, I would like to ask the audience to watch short video remembrance of him.
Nothing in this world is eternal. Ready or not, like it or not, we will all return to Him. His smart and inspirational figure became a role model for many parties. A person is known through his writings as well as his personality. His writings has established him as one of the top scientists, encouraged other academics to keep working by being an example to them. His leadership and professionalism become a reference for other leaders. In addition, he is tenacious, determined, diligent, and has high standards. The time for text continues to spin according to the instructions of the time's owner. He is no longer with us sadly. Let us pray for him, leaving all of our lasting memories in the frame of our minds. May he be in a state of husnul khotimah. Even though the body has been separated by death, true love will still be stored eternally in the recesses of the heart.
Finally, I wish you all, the audience, the best and keep healthy. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Beginner. And the next one is opening by Professor Ferdinand Yulian, as Dean of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University. To Professor Ferdinand, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us thanks to the Almighty God. Because of His blessing, we are able to join in this opening ceremony of International on Ocean Science and Sustainability. The Honorable Rector of IPB University, Professor Dr. Arif Satria, and the distinguished the keynote speaker and invited speaker. First, Dr. Inyoman Radiata, Kepala BRSDM KKP, the head of Marine and Fisheries Human Resources and Research Agency, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. And also my colleague from faculty, Professor Dietrich G. Behn, lecturer at the Department of Marine Science and Technology, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University. Pak Kunchoro Chatunugroho from APRI. APRI is a kind of association in Indonesian crab, blues swim crab, I think, yeah. Alex S.G. Wyatt, PhD, from Department of Ocean Science, the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Min Pau Tan, PhD, Institute of Marine Biotechnology, University Malaysia, Terengganu. Dr. O Yang Xiang from Tropical Marine Science Institute, National University of Singapore. On this occasion, I appreciate the head of Department of Marine Science and Technology, Dr. Samsul Bahri Agus, and also organizing committee of ISOS, that led by Dr. Begina Subhan, and our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend a warm greeting to each and every participant of the International Seminar on Ocean Science and Sustainability. Additionally, I want to thank and appreciate all of the speakers who come to share their knowledge and expertise in their various industries. I think the participants in this session can learn from everything that will be discussed. Ladies and gentlemen, it's always interesting to talk about the ocean because of the ocean provides services that have direct economic relevance for fisheries, aquaculture, offshore oil and gas, shipping, tourism, and offshore wind energy. The ocean play an important social role as well as in terms of direct full-time employment, especially in the capture fisheries and tourism industry. In addition, many jobs are related to the ocean through fisheries, aquaculture, conservation, ecotourism, and research. The ocean are also the important component of important life support system on Earth. The ocean are the major regulator of global climate, cycling about 93% of total carbon dioxide and absorbing about 30% of anthropogenic carbon dioxide emission. Moreover, in recent decades, the ocean have absorbed about 19% of the Earth's warming. Healthy marine ecosystem provides services such as water filtration, nutrient cycling, recreational area, support for biodiversity. The ocean also provides more than half of the oxygen inhaled by human. To achieve sustainable development, it is critically important to ensure healthy ocean. But the ocean also faces key pressure, or we call it major stresses, that can impact the ability of the ocean to provide economic, social, and environmental benefits. This key pressure include overfishing and overexploitation of marine resources, pollution, invasive alien species, habitat destruction, and climate change. Through this international seminar event, by sharing knowledge, research results, and experience among participants, hopefully that the ocean as an important component of an important life support system on Earth can continue to provide economic, social, and environmental benefit with healthy marine ecosystem, so that sustainable development can be achieved. Ladies and gentlemen, I express my appreciation to all parties who have helped prepare all this so that this seminar can be carried out properly, especially Department of Marine Science and Technology and the committee who have worked hard. Hopefully, this seminar will become a regular activity with the final result of the proceeding being published internationally, so that will increase the number of publications within the department, faculty, and IPB. I would also like to thank all participants and authors for their diligence, especially in submitting paper concerning international publication requirement. Finally, I wish you good luck and stay healthy, and please enjoy this seminar. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you so much, Professor Ferdinand.
Next, there will be an opening by Professor Arif Satria as Rector of IPB University. To Professor Arif Satria, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Inyoman Retiarta, Head of Marine and Fisheries Research and Human Resource Development Agency, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. The honorable invited speaker, Professor Dr. Dutri Bengen, Shailil Johri, PhD from Stanford University, then Pak Kunjoro Chatnugroho, the Chairman of Indonesia Blue Swimming Crab Association, Mr. Alex Wet from the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, Professor Min Pao Tan from University of Malaysia, Terengganu, and Professor Aoyan Xiang from National University of Singapore. Honorable Dean, Faculty of Perikanan Ilmu Kelautan IPB, Pak Ferdinand Julianda, Honorable Head of Department, Pak Samsul Bahri, and Honorable Organizing Committee, Pak Beginner, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you to the first International Seminar on Ocean Science and Sustainability, SOS 2022. And I would like to also express my gratitude to the keynote speakers and all the invited speakers who joined online from the respective countries to share knowledge and experience in various fields of expertise. I believe that your sharing of knowledge will give a significant contributions to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia formally endorsed the Sustainable Development Goals as Global Development Agreement and SDGs, which contain 17 goals and 199 targets, are global action plans for 2030 to end poverty, reduce inequality, and protect the environment. The 17 goals build on the success of the Millennium Development Goals, while including areas such as climate change and life below waters, ocean. Indonesia, as a maritime country, is expected to succeed in achieving the 14th SDGs goal, and the SDGs aims to sustainably manage and protect marine social and marine and coastal ecosystem from pollutions, as well as to address the impact of ocean acidification. Also, to enhance conservation and the sustainable use of ocean-based resources through international law. And also, this will help mitigate some of the challenges facing our oceans. One of the adaptation of the marine and fishery sector is by utilizing technological adaptation through innovation such as utilizing digital technology with the application of big data or artificial intelligence, so that the marine and fisheries industry can compete to be more productive and competitive while still paying attention to the sustainability of marine and fishery resources. Technological innovation in the field of marine science and technology, including biology, molecular taxonomy and biodiversity, marine biotechnology and bioremediation, oceanography, and other related topics are important tools for resource management, exploration, and sustainable industrial development of the potential of marine and fisheries resources. Of course, collaboration among researchers on this topic is the key success in achieving these goals, and cross-disciplinary collaboration in marine science is also expected to trigger research and development activities. Today, on 4 until 5 August 2022, Department of Marine Science and Technology, IPB, will hold the first international seminar on ocean science and sustainability, ESOS 2022, with the topic Innovative Ocean Resource Exploration for Sustainable Development. Ladies and gentlemen, as Director of IB University, I'd like to thank the Head of Marine Science and Technology and of course of the organizing committee who collaborated with several universities to succeed this seminar. With all the experience that Marine Science and Technology Department had, I'm confident that we are on the right track to take care of our ocean in the future. The seminar will be the first international seminar held by the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, working together with multiple world-ranking universities during the 59th Faculty Disnatalis an anniversary, and many more will come. I hope this seminar will continue, contributing to numerous proceedings numbers, which will increase the recognition of IB University in the international publication and with many partners. And also to thanks all participants and authors for their perseverance, particularly in submitting the papers concerning the requirements for international publication. I hope all you will enjoy the seminar. Finally, I wish you the best of luck and keep healthy. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Ari Satria. And before we move on to the next agenda, there will be a documentation session. Let us take a picture together. There will be 5 slides. Please be ready, starting from our first slide. 3, 2, 1.
The second slide. 3, 2, 1.
The third slide. 3, 2, 1. The fourth slide. 3, 2, 1.
And the last slide. 3, 2, 1. ISOS 2022 is sponsored by APRI,
Ekara Coffee,
Indonesia Blue Economy Center,
and Living by Mandiri. And next, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a speech delivered by Dr. Inyoman Radiarta, represented by Dr. Niken Financia Gusmawati. Dr. Niken Financia Gusmawati is a lecturer, born in 18 March 1978, coordinator for Corporation Young Planner from University of New Caledonia. She graduated from School of Pacific Study Program, Biology, Population and Ecology, doctoral degree, and she is from Marine Research Center from Instancy of Agency for Marine Fisheries Research and Human Resources, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. For Dr. Niken Financia, time is yours.
Thank you, the committee. On behalf of Dr. Inyoman Radiarta, I would like to present his speech on marine fisheries human resources development of support the implementation of the blue economy. So, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the invitation from the ISOSS chairman the Dean of EPIC IPB, Rector of IPB University, all invited speakers, the seminar committee, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to share the screen first. Okay. First, marine fisheries human resources development to support the implementation of the blue economy. So the basic philosophy of blue economy implementation is because we having 1,700 island with an area of Indonesia Ocean of 6.8 million kilometers square and coastline length about 108,000 kilometers. And we have more than 200 million people, and most of them live in coastal areas. And state, the country control of Indonesia's ocean needs to balance ecological and economic sustainability. With Indonesia Constitution Chapter 33, we know that earth and water and also the natural resources contained therein are controlled by the state and the use for the greatest prosperity of the people. And the challenge, response, and impact of blue economy policy, we have some challenge. Degradation of marine biodiversity due to human activities, and decrease in fish stocks due to overfishing and IUU fishing, increase the need for protein production due to population explosion, meeting the needs of the export and domestic market, increasing the amount of debris that pollutes the sea, and utilization of marine spatial and small islands that are not in accordance with the rules. And some policy responses, we will have some expanding the conservation area with a target of 30% of marine area in the Indonesia, and penangkapan ikan terukur atau measured fishing based on quota and fishing zones. Also development of marine, coastal, and freshwater, especially land aquaculture, and management of marine debris with economic value strategy. Also structuring or regulating the use of marine, coastal, and small island spatial. And we expect the impacts of high carbon values, increasing fish stock in each PIT zone, and economic growth, fishermen prosper, fish stocks are maintained. We also expecting reducing fishing activities at sea and maintaining fish population, and increasing fisheries production for export and domestic markets. And along with Pak Jokowi expecting, we have targets in 2030 by reducing marine debris by up to 70%, and protecting the coast and small islands from being damaged by economic activities. We have some strategy in implementation of blue economic. We have commitment to restore ocean health and accelerate a sustainable marine economy by providing a suitable basis for maintaining marine health and resilience in the long term, creating jobs and attracting environmentally friendly business investment to improve the welfare of coastal communities, strengthen the economy and national sovereignty. Some strategies are conservation, management of marine spatial, coastal and small island, quota-based measure fishing or penangkapan ikan terukur, sustainable fisheries, with the main objectives are to maintain the balance of marine and coastal ecology and ecosystem and its resources. Also to improve Indonesia's economic growth and coastal community welfare. We have now 5 priorities program of Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries 2021 and until 2024. The objective are to enhance the welfare of the marine and fisheries main actors, including the first three are quota-based capture fisheries, aquaculture to increase the export, fisheries village based on local wisdom, and we have two other programs that comes next. There are expanding the conservation area with target of 30% of marine area and regulating the utilization of marine spatial, and also management of marine debris with economic values strategy. First, distribution of fishing zone or penangkapan ikan terukur. We divided some fishing zone based on quota, and first the blue one are quota-based fishing zone for foreign and domestic investor. The green are specific quota fishing zone for domestic investors, and the red one zone for restricted fishing and spawning nursery ground. The restricted zone at the WPP and RI 714 at Tolo Bay and Bandasi, and the zone for domestic investor at zone 5 and 6 at WPP and RI 571 and 712 and 713, and the others for foreign and domestic investor. And we have a location of 130 kampung perikanan budidaya to increase the production of aquaculture and increase the export of fisheries. We have like types of kampung perikanan budidaya for ikan nila, patin, lele, mas, gurame, bandeng, salin, kerapu, kakap, bawal bintang, ikan hias, ikan spesifik, rumput laut, and lobster that supported by Kemenkp 64 year 2021 and Kemenkp 16 2020 for others 124 location, and it is divided into 65 kampung pedalaman, 25 kampung pesisir, and 44 kampung laut. And for the conservation area management, we have some targets and achievements. With the national priority or RPJMN number 6 increase in the area of marine protected areas. In 2021, we have achieved, the achievement has exceeded the 2024 target. So we have 32.5, the target is 32.55 million hectares. And in 21, we have achievement 28 instead of the target 24.2 million hectares. For national priority or RPJMN number 1, sustainably managed conservation area, we have still 10.6 million hectares gaps to achieve in a sustainable managed area, conservation area. For the management of marine debris, we have concrete steps against marine debris. We will launch at October 2020. The challenge is increasing the amount of debris that pollutes the sea. We have accordingly in 2018, we have 0.27 to 0.59 million tons per year during 2018. And the policy is started in 2022. We have program Bulan Cinta Laut, where we have 1 month in a year fishermen don't fishing, and instead of don't take fish, the fishermen will pick up and collect marine debris, and the debris will be paid according to the lowest fish price, and it will process to get economic value. So the target we will expecting the target in 2030 targets is to reduce marine debris by up to 70% and start to the circular economy of marine debris. With the application integration with Command Center platform, we start to support the monitoring of penangkapan ikan terukur, and also some monitoring on marine spatial. We established a command center that divided into operational with some application built by DJPT, Dijen Perikanan Tangkap, kemudian with the application in fishing operational like VMS and e-logbook, and after operational with application with timbangan online. So it will integrate it into one center platform, command center platform in KKP. Right now we have some data APIs that are still on progress integration to the command center platform, and we will launch the command center platform on August this year. And capture fisheries monitoring by satellite technology, we have like data center to collect the data, to analyze, and we have like from the sector of IUU fishing to monitor IUU fishing, monitor oil spill, fish stock, aquaculture, marine aquaculture, and other application like coastal vulnerability or marine debris. With the process business of now, we have transforming in the progress of transforming from Badan Riset Sumber Daya Manusia Kelautan Perikanan into Badan Pengembangan Sumber Daya Manusia Kelautan Perikanan, that that the research part move to the BRIN. So we have 3 priorities program at KKP, and it is supported by our function: education, training, extension, and business incubation. And we have BPSDM priority programs in 2022 until 2024 with the slogan dynamic, productive, and global talent. There are priority programs, Smart Fisheries Village, and Marine Fisheries Educational Transformation, and Marine Fisheries Competency Certification. We have many education unit and outstation and marine and fisheries. It is to be supported. It will be supported the 3 priorities of KKP with 20 education units, some area of expertise like fishing vessel engineer, quality control of fishery products, and we build also skill competency, excellent character, competent, capable of entrepreneurship, and the successor to the main actor with a special education system, vocation. It is 70% practices and 30% theory. And there are graduates since established about 50,000 people, with higher education 19,000 and middle education 39. From 2010 and 2020, we have a graduation that works in domestic fishing industry, foreign fishing industry, entrepreneur, ISN, and college, and the others. And some ex-research technical unit, we will support the priority programs of Marine Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries with some unit, 15 technical unit, 3 balai besar and 7 balai, 5 loka, and 2 integrated aquarium marine research integrated. And with the technical unit of training, we have 36 for Widya Iswara, 81 instructor, achievement with training in 2021. We have 15,000 people that have been trained, and 60% of it hired in business industry, and 59 has built small, medium enterprises. And it is supported by 263 pusat pelatihan mandiri kelautan perikanan from the private company. With the support of Technical Unit of Training and Fisheries Extension, we have more than 6,000 fisheries extension, and has already create or fostered groups 47,000 in 2021, and there are about 2021 for 1,794 for upgraded groups, and 3,000 number of groups formed. And the transformation of marine and fisheries education, we will establish Ocean Institute of Indonesia, that the objectives are standardization of education quality, increase opportunities for descendants of the main actors, and also efficiency. So the Polytechnic AUP at Jakarta will be a campus utama, and other transformation from Poltek KP into PSDKU atau program studi di luar kampus utama. Some SUPM or middle school for fisheries will be transferred into PSDKU. Then other for the merging process for the middle school into PSDKU with other Poltek, and some Polytechnic KP will be proposed to be PKBLU, and to be Balai Pelatihan and Penyuluhan Perikanan. And we have other fresh program about Smart Fisheries Village. We combine a function of education, training, extension, and business incubation for modern small, medium enterprises to create a collaboration with Smart Fisheries Village. The aim of Smart Fisheries Village are to build economic growth, working community, sustainable environment, digitally based, and it will be support for the achievement of blue economy. We have with the four function of pendidikan, pelatihan, penyuluhan, and inkubasi bisnis, we gather with Kemendes PDTT, Kemenkop UKM, some startup, private, some BUMN like Telkom, other ministry like Kemenparekraf, and local government, and also university with ITB, and private with Excel Asiata. We we have a pilot project in Desa Pandembangan Banyumas to upgrade some kampung perikanan into smart fisheries village that applied some technology of information and communication. The Smart Fisheries Village contain the acronym of SMART. It is sustainable, modernization, acceleration, regeneration, and technology. For the sustainable, we build a wastewater treatment installation. We carry out environment conservation and protection activities, and in the aquaculture, we use registered aquaculture feeds and drugs to increase employment and creating job opportunities, also increasing revenue. In modernization, we modernize the fisheries facilities and infrastructure. perform some computational administration and doing simple research and marketing breakthrough. For acceleration, we identify problems and alternative solution in pre-production, production, and post-production. For regeneration, we need to find a new farmers and the productive age under 40 years old, because we need to apply some technology utilization of digital application in technical and managerial aspects. We have some technology innovation that has been developed, like Laut Nusantara and Wakatobi Ice. And with the achievement of Polytechnic students, we create some tools, mechanics on water, like water wheel, machine, salt extraction machine, or EcoBox and others. And some of Polytechnic students in Jembrana and Pangandaran has winning national competition for the startup. And we believe that development of sumber daya manusia or human resources in marine fisheries is the main supporting for achievement of blue economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Niken, for your speech. Please accept this certificate as an appreciation from us.
Thank you for the committee. On behalf of Pak Inyoman Radiarte, we will accept this certificate, and we wish this international seminar will have a great success. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And now we will watch a video presented by our sponsor.
Pulau Mandangin di Madura, Jawa Timur adalah salah satu penghasil rajungan di Indonesia. Muhammad Jumadi adalah satu dari sekitar 700 nelayan rajungan di pulau ini. Setiap pagi ia pergi melaut menarik bubu atau perangkap rajungan yang telah ia pasang kemarin.
Jadi alat tangkap perikanan rajungan, salah satunya bubu, banyak dioperasikan di perikanan rajungan di Indonesia. Bentuk bubu ini juga bermacam-macam. Ada yang berbentuk kubah, ada yang bentuk bujur sangkar, dan ada yang bisa dilipat dan tidak dilipat.
20 tahun menangkap rajungan, bagi Jumadi, bubu adalah alat tangkap yang paling efektif.
Kalau dari bubu rasa rajungan hidup. Kalau jaring itu mati, Bu. Mau jadi mati, boleh na anu asa naik ke jaring. Mau bubu hidup terus ke laut. Bagus hasilnya. Daging itu bagus. Mau jaring itu kecil daging. Bisa tak enak makan. Iya, patah.
Dengan bubu, Jumadi bisa memilah hasil tangkapan sesuai regulasi pemerintah, yaitu tidak menangkap rajungan berukuran di bawah 10 cm dan rajungan bertelur.
Kalau mau kecil-kecil itu Bu dibuang, besar diambil. Kalau yang terlalu kecil tuh dia akan dituang kembali lah ke laut. Bagi itu hidup. Kalau ada telur dia suruh larikan balik, biar dia jadi itu jadi bertambah-tambah lah.
Jika dibandingkan dengan alat tangkap yang lain, bubu termasuk yang sangat sedikit tangkapan sampingannya dan juga tidak akan menangkap tangkapan sampingan yang termasuk endangered ataupun protected karena dia memang celahnya kecil yang hanya dikhususkan untuk rajungan.
Sebagai komoditas perikanan yang menjadi salah satu unggulan ekspor Indonesia, nelayan rajungan berperan penting dalam pengelolaan perikanan skala kecil ini. Keberlangsungan perikanan rajungan bergantung sepenuhnya pada pola tangkap yang dilakukan para nelayan.
Jadi nelayan betul menjadi aktor utama di dalam perikanan rajungan. Nelayan yang langsung bersentuhan dengan sumber daya utama yaitu rajungan.
Di sini hampir semua masyarakat Padelegan ini bekerja di pemprosesan rajungan, terutama perempuan. Rajungan ini sudah bagian dari keluarga saya sih, Mas. Bekerja di pemprosesan rajungan ini. Karena dia banyak membantu ekonomi keluarga saya. Bisa menyekolahkan anak-anak, bisa biayain kebutuhan rumah tangga.
Rajungan sekali cek kanta bagi kala lekas cepat raja deh. Mun raja kan bisa kala boleh bernelayan kan bisa tetempung. Mun ni kini rajungan tak bisa tetempung deh.
Dari tahun 2006 saya sudah pakai alat tangkap bubu karena soalnya bubu itu enak, simple, sederhana, bisa milih-milih rajungan yang kecil dan yang besar. Soalnya yang kecil itu bisa dibuang, nanti kan nelayan itu punya harapan ke depannya. Alhamdulillah, ini ada lagi.
Harapan saya, para pelaku usaha rajungan itu secara kompak melakukan sustainable fishing di Indonesia. Kenapa harus kompak? Karena perairan Indonesia itu sangat luas. Tidak mungkin hanya satu atau dua pihak yang secara aktif melakukan program-program tersebut.
Laut dan isinya adalah bagian dari hidup kita. Dan untuk memastikan isinya itu dia tetap terjaga, itu adalah tugas kita untuk anak cucu kita ke depan. Semoga apa yang telah kita lakukan ini menjadi inspirasi untuk perempuan-perempuan yang ada di dunia, terutama di industri perikanan.
Blue swimming crab is one of the small-scale fishery products that have immense social and economic impact to the millions of artisanal fishers and other fishers who rely on their livelihood to these crabs. There are more than 65,000 fishers and 13,000 crab pickers involved on this fishery industry. Blue swimming crab is one of Indonesia's most important fishery commodity and serve as the fourth fisheries export commodities after tuna, shrimp, and seaweed. 80% of the blue swimming crabs are exported to the US market. With the support from Sustainable Fisheries Partnership, SFP, Indonesia Blue Swimming Crab Association's APRI attempt to improve the compliance towards Indonesia's government regulations, such as minimum legal size of 10 centimeters, restrictions to catch bare female crab, and ban the usage of trawls. That eventually, with the applications of these regulations, it will improve the sustainability of blue swimming crab fisheries. To improve the compliance of blue swimming crab products, APRI, SFP, and NFI crab councils are now implementing control document activities. Control document is a letter of warranty provided by the supplier to the buyer. Within the letter, the buyer certifies to the best of his knowledge that the products purchased from him are legally caught and comply to the national and international laws.
The document control has been established by APRI, SFP, and NFI Crab Council since 2015. This document control developed in order to follow up the new regulations by Indonesian government. So this document control is really important to make sure that the compliance on these regulations are fully implemented in the ground.
To change the fishing gears from gill net to the trap trials is one of the activities that support compliance of the blue swimming crabs catching.
So we are hoping that all APRI members, besides implementing the sustainability activities, we are also hoping that the document control also help us to have a traceability system from the fishermen to mini plants and also to the processing plants. This will comply to all rules and regulations in Indonesia, also in the importing countries.
To support traceability and spatial data system in the blue swimming crab fisheries management, some of the pelagic data systems are set up in 150 boats in Indonesia to track down the fishing operation and map up the fishing ground. The sustainable blue swimming crab fisheries will benefit all involving parties. A collective awareness of all stakeholders, including the buyers, is needed for the synergy between economic and environmental interest. Increased blue swimming crab population not only will improve the fisheries' welfare, but also will protect the sustainability of the marine ecosystem.
Di Indonesia ada lebih dari 90.000 nelayan rajungan. Umumnya berskala kecil dengan kapal kurang dari 10 gross ton. Di Pulau Mandangin, Jawa Timur, ada lebih dari 700 orang nelayan menghidupi keluarganya dengan menangkap rajungan. Setiap pagi, nelayan membawa hasil tangkapannya ke pengepul.
Ya, sudah dari 2011-12 kita mensosialisasi tentang ukuran. Kalau di bawah 10 cm kita tidak ambil, gitu kan. Kita tidak ambil, rata-rata kita yang ambil 10 cm ke atas. Dan kenapa? Nah, yang bertelur pun kita tidak ngambil, gitu kan. Supaya demi keberlangsungan usaha rajungan di Pulau Mandangin atau di Indonesia.
Besarnya potensi dan pemanfaatan rajungan di Indonesia mendorong Asosiasi Pengelolaan Rajungan Indonesia atau APRI terus melakukan perbaikan pada perikanan rajungan.
FIP atau Fishery Improvement Project atau program pengembangan perikanan rajungan di Indonesia ini adalah perangkat yang digunakan untuk memantau apakah aktivitas perikanan kita ini termasuk lestari atau tidak.
Kementerian Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional atau Bappenas dan United Nations Development Program UNDP melalui proyek Global Sustainable Supply Chain for Marine Commodities mendukung percepatan FIP rajungan yang dikoordinir oleh APRI ini.
Dari dalam FIP ini akan dipantau tentang status stoknya, terus dampak terhadap lingkungan dan habitat lainnya, dan juga program pengelolaannya. Jadi ini akan melibatkan dari tingkat nasional, provinsi, sampai ke daerah, sampai desa.
Salah satu kunci dari perbaikan perikanan ini adalah pendataan.
Kerja saya di sini mencatat hasil tangkapan nelayan, mulai dari biologinya terkait panjang, berat, dan jenis kelaminnya, itu kita data semua. Kita juga mengumpulkan data NTS, non-target spesies, untuk keperluan pengkajian stok di perikanan rajungan. Itu untuk melihat masih layak nggak rajungan ini ditangkap, atau daerah ini masih layak nggak untuk dilakukan aktivitas penangkapan rajungan.
APRI juga menerapkan kontrol dokumen untuk memastikan ketelusuran produk.
Nah, kontrol dokumen ini ada semacam dokumen yang akan jalan dari rantai titik terbawah sampai ke ekspor. Ini penting untuk mengetahui dari proses ketertelusuran tadi.
Kontrol dokumen itu kita lakukan memang tujuannya ada dua, yaitu mengenai traceability dan ujungnya sustainability. Dengan traceability maka pihak konsumen diharapkan bisa mengetahui dari mana bahan baku rajungan itu ditangkap, nanti kemudian menggunakan kapal dengan ukuran berapa, ya kan, dari alat tangkap seperti apa. Jadi semuanya itu terrekord.
Proses pencatatan ini menjadi informasi rantai pasok, mulai dari nelayan, cooking station, mini plant, industri pengolahan, hingga ke tangan konsumen.
Pencatatan kita per nelayan itu misalnya kita beli misalnya nelayan si A 10 kilo gitu kan, kita catat 10 kilo, misalnya B-nya lunak nggak dibeli, sampai seterusnya kita punya nelayan sampai 10 ya, dari A sampai Z itu kita dicatat semua gitu kan, ada semua dokumennya gitu.
Jadi kontrol dokumen ini untuk memastikan bahwa rantai pasok APRI itu clean. Jadi kita mau melihat bahwa apakah rajungan yang diproduksi di dalam rantai pasok APRI itu sudah memenuhi regulasi pemerintah, baik pemerintah nasional ataupun yang dilakukan oleh negara eksportir.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, we are delighted to inform you that we have the moderator for the first session, Dr. Ade Yamindago from Brawijaya University. Dr. Ade Yamindago has finished his bachelor degree in Hasanuddin University, master degree in Brawijaya University, master degree in Buraka University, doctoral degree in University of Science and Technology. His expertise is in marine biology and coral ecology. He is a lecturer at Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Brawijaya University. Awarded Grantorrey Science Foundation, and also he is a head of the Fisheries and Marine Resource Exploration Laboratory. To Dr. Ade, you are welcome to lead this session.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. MC, for the introduction. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Seminar on Ocean Science and Sustainability 2020. In today's session, we have 3 invited speakers that will share their knowledge and experience in marine science and related areas. Before we start the discussion, I will check the attendance of the speakers. First, we have Professor Dietrich G. Bengen from Department of Marine Science and Technology, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University. Prof. Bengen?
Yes, I am here.
Okay, thank you. And the second speaker, we will have Bapak Insinyur Kuncoro Catur Nugroho, MM from Asosiasi Pengelolaan Rajungan Indonesia.
Yes.
Okay, thank
morning.
you. Good morning. And then the third speaker will be Dr. Shailil Johri from postdoctoral fellow at Hopkins Marine Station, Stanford University. Dr. Shailil? Okay, maybe she will join us later. Shall we start the session, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, first we will invite Bapak Professor Dietrich G. Bengen from Department of Marine Science and Technology, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, IPB University. Screen and time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Ade Yemingdago. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On this occasion, I would like to share my presentation entitled, I will share before the presentation. You already in the screen? Okay, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Sure. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On this occasion, I would like to share my presentation entitled Zoning Plan of Indonesian Coastal Area and Small Island as a Strategy for Climate Change Adaptation. First of all, for all the participants, I would just share my presentation about Indonesia, that we all now face to the impact of the climate change. So I would like to share my experience and also my knowledge about the Indonesian coastal area and small island faced to the climate change. As you know, that Indonesia as a miniature, I say always, of the Earth's surface, has a sea area of 5.8 million kilometers square, or about 75% of the total area of the Republic of Indonesia, with a coastline is approximately about 104,000 kilometers long. Yeah. And also, you know, Indonesia already designated as the biggest archipelagic state, which consists of 16,671 named islands, and most of them is the small island. And most of the small island surrounding the archipelagic state, now we know actually as a uninhabited island. Then only a small part of the small island is habited island or populated island. And based of that, you know that all our coastal area and the small island, especially the waters surrounding the small island, has the potential for the two aspects. First, for the natural resources, especially for fish resources, and then second is for environmental services, especially for marine tourism development. So for the first, as a natural resources potential, it has a very potential coastal ecosystem, especially for coral reef, seagrass, and also mangrove, which supports actually about 90% of the shallow marine fish resources. And for environmental services, you know, this ecosystem consists of the part of the coral triangle that we call it as the largest or the highest marine biodiversity of the coral triangle, which consists of the coral reefs covering about 8.5 million hectares, or about 18% of the world coral reefs. And also for the mangroves, actually, we cover about 23% of the world mangrove of the world. And the seagrass, with the data actually mapped just only 3 million hectares cover surrounding the waters of the small island, and especially for the remote small island that we already identified actually. Besides that, all the ecosystem that I said has the two potential aspect for the environmental services, especially for marine tourism, that we know about the scuba diving, and also for snorkeling, water sport, etc. But actually, all the potential for marine tourism, not only surrounding those big island, but for the small island, for example, is very, very important to develop these environmental services to maintain also the natural resources, especially for the fish resources. This is the two potential resources of Indonesia. First, for the fish resources, and the second for environmental services. But actually, with the threat that we know from the many activities, not only in the land base but also in the ocean based, we identified actually there is four threat to Indonesian coastal area and small island. First, you already know about the overfishing, which illegal and unreported and unregulated fishing continues to present the challenges. And we approximately we identified actually, if there is no management of the fish resources surrounding this area, we already lost, for example, about 11 million tons of fish yearly. And then second, the big problem actually to coastal area and the small island is the pollution. And more than 80% of the marine pollution comes from the activities not only in land, but especially also from the sea. And also the habitat damage that come from the all the activities surrounding the coastal area, but also in the upstream of the big island can, for example, threat the Indonesian coastal area, especially surrounding the coastal of the small island. And the fourth that I focus on that, this is climate change. We already know that climate change have impact for all the coastal area, especially for Indonesia. And then what the impact of the climate change, for example, for Indonesian coastal area and the small island, especially as for the coastal and small island ecosystems. First, the consequence of the coastal area and small island of Indonesia. With the climate change, we already know it's a warming temperature of air and sea. There is an acidification of world ocean from CO2 absorbed by the ocean. Also, the precipitation change, and this is the big problem actually, especially for the low-lying island. Sea level rise, and also the change of seasonal storm, sea surge, and surface water current. And what is the impact of the climate change to the coastal area? You already know for the small island, and we call it this very small island, there is the problem with the shoreline erosion and also increased flooding of low-lying areas, especially for the coral small island, particularly Flathead, and also increase of storm surge effect, increased saline water intrusion, especially in the estuary, embayment, rivers, low-lying small island affected by increasing salinity of fresh water already limited, especially for the low-lying island. And the impact of the climate change in the large-scale modification to coastal landforms, particularly river delta, and the last, the ecological collapse of systems unable to tolerate increased marine environment disturbances, particularly the vegetation surrounding the coastal area of the time. With this threat of the climate change to the coastal area and the small island, and how we face to the climate change. Yeah, the importance ecosystem adaptation to the impact of the climate change, especially for Indonesia as an archipelagic state, is we already know the main coastal ecosystem, coral reef, mangrove, and then seagrass. Coastal and small island ecosystems that already said, mangrove, seagrass, and coral reefs have an ecological function for the human in dealing with climate change. That I already said, that the problem of the coastal area faced to the climate change, the impact of the climate change to the coastal area, especially for the ecosystem, coastal ecosystem, and then small island. And one of the adaptation strategies is to maintain the ecological function of coastal and small island ecosystem optimally and also sustainably. What is the importance of the coastal ecosystem adaptation? So you know that adaptation strategy surely will increase the ability of coastal and small island ecosystem to cope with climate change. And one of the strategy is the conservation area. For mainstreaming adaptation to the climate change impact is to establish zoning-based conservation area in coastal area and small island as mandated long time in the law of the Republic of Indonesia number 27 of 2007 and changed with law number 1 2014 concerning management of coastal area and small island. How we look the coastal area as a conservation area? Based on the Minister of Marine Affairs Fisheries Regulation number 17 in 2008, conservation of coastal area and small island is an effort to protect, conserve, and utilize coastal and small island ecosystem to ensure the existence, availability, and sustainability of coastal resources and small island while maintaining and increasing the quality of their value and diversity. And all of our area mostly is coastal of the small island. So it's important for conservation area in coastal area and small island to establish the conservation area. So conservation area in coastal and small island is a part of coastal area and small island with specific characteristic as an integrated ecosystem that is protected, conserved, and used sustainably to achieve sustainable management of coastal area and small island. Based on this Minister of Marine Affairs regulation, so we try to establish the conservation area based on the zonation plan. So zoning of conservation area in coastal area and small island, there is 4 categories. First is the coastal and small island conservation area that we call it KIKI P3K. And the second is maritime conservation area. And the third is the most large conservation area is marine protected area. And also we consider as a conservation area is beach buffer zone. And what type of the conservation area categories? For the coastal and small island conservation area, the type, there is 4 types. Yeah. First is the coastal sanctuary. This is a small part of the small island. Second, small island sanctuary. The third is coastal park. And fourth, small island park. And for maritime conservation area, there is 2 types. First is the maritime customary protection area. And the second is maritime cultural protection area. And we already know that for marine protected area, until now, we have 4 types of the marine protected area. First is the biggest part, Marine National Park. And also the second is Marine Natural Sanctuary. The third is Marine Ecotourism Park. And the fourth is Fisheries Sanctuary. And for the beach buffer zone, just actually, we try to develop in the coastal area related to the area of the small island that is regulated already in the President Regulation number 51, yeah, 2016. And inside the coastal conservation area, we have the zonation area. This is the important for, especially for coastal and small island conservation area and the marine protected area. So the zonation in the coastal and small island conservation area, we have 3 zones. The first is the core zone. The second is limited use zone. And the third is other zone according to the designation of the area. And 4 zones in the marine protected area, we have core zone, same with the coastal and small island conservation area. The second is sustainable fishing zone. And the third is utilization zone. And fourth is other zone according to the designation area. I will show you the examples, yeah, of the zonation in the coastal conservation. First, for the utilization zone, what it means that utilization zone. In this zonation, you have the natural tourist attraction in the form of aquatic biota, along with beautiful and unique marine or coastal ecosystem. And also, it has the sufficient area to ensure the potential sustainability and attractiveness to be used for tourism and recreation. And the last, it has a marine ecosystem condition that is still relatively good for various utilization activities without damaging the natural ecosystem. It means that utilization zones is different in the coastal conservation area. Then you can look in the outside of the utilization zone of the coastal conservation area. And the important one is the core zone. Core zone can supply for all the other zone. With each in the core zone, its particular priority and unique or endemic rare and charismatic habitat of specific aquatic biota. And also in the core zone, this is the area of the spawning, nursery, and also fish habitats to grow in this area. Also, it has a characteristic or coastal marine ecosystem that is relatively pristine or natural and represent the existence of particular pristine biota. And the last in the core zone, it has the characteristic of being a source of germplasm for conservation area. For sustainable fisheries zone in the coastal conservation area, it has natural tourist attraction in the form of fish resources and beautiful and unique coastal or marine ecosystems. Also, it has a sufficient area to ensure the sustainability of potential fish resources. And the last, it has relatively good water condition to support fisheries activities without damaging the natural ecosystem. And the other zone is the supporting zone for the other three zones. First, it has the function and condition of being designated as a particular zone outside the core zone and utilization zone. And it can be used in the form of a protection zone and a rehabilitation zone. This is the zonation in the coastal conservation area, especially for coastal and small island conservation area and marine protected area. Zoning objective for conservation area in coastal area, there is 5 objectives. The first is to protect species, surely, and coastal and small island ecosystems. And the second, to restore the function and integrity of coastal and small island ecosystem. The third, already now for all the coastal conservation area, this area should be prevent the decline in marine biodiversity, and also to prevent the decline in the quality of coastal and small island ecosystem. And the last, surely for the people who use the coastal area, is to ensure sustainable use of fish resources. This is the objective of the zoning of the conservation area. And lesson...
Please, 1 minute remain.
Yes, yeah. This is the last. Lesson learned on the development of zoning-based conservation area in the coastal area and small island. There is 4 that we already noted, yeah, during our experience in establishment of the conservation area. The first, there is an improvement of the quality of coastal and small island resources and ecosystem, especially for coral reefs and reef fish. And the second, there is the changes in the attitude and behavior of the local community, such as termination of the use of destructive fishing gear in certain area of the coastal conservation area. Also, the people make agreement, yeah, with all the fishermen from other villages not to fish in the core and buffer zone of the conservation area, and also to increase the community involvement in the management of the conservation area, especially in the coastal and small island conservation area. The third, there is the development of the local policy. It means that many of the people in this area to mobilize the unity and cohesiveness of coastal community, and also supervising the community-based conservation area. And the last is addressing problem in the management of the conservation area. And the fourth of the lesson learned is to increase the commitment of related government institutions, especially in the province level and also in the kabupaten or regency and also the city level. Internalization of the protected area into the government annual program. Also, there is the community empowerment program development, and the last development of community-based surveillance program. This is the lesson learned of the development of the coastal conservation area face to the climate change. That we said that this is the big strategy actually face to the impact of the climate change. And benefit of the zoning-based conservation area, surely healthy and coastal small island ecosystem that can provide a variety of benefits sustainably facing the impact of climate change at present and the future. I think it's all briefly present for sharing the knowledge and experience about the development of the conservation area. Thank you, moderator.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Dietrich, for the enlightening presentation. By the Prof. Dietrich, we learned that in Indonesia, there's a lot of opportunity and also challenge that we face in marine and fisheries resources. And also we learn about the zonation of the specifically for coastal areas and small islands. Thank you, Prof. Dietrich. And then we will, before we go to the next speaker, I will check the attendance of Dr. Sahilil Johri. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, we will invite Bapak Insinyur Kunchoro Catur Nugroho from Asosiasi Pengolahan Rajungan Indonesia. The screen and time is yours. Bapak Kunchoro, oke.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Ade atas waktunya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Maaf, apakah suara saya sudah cukup jelas?
Ya, cukup jelas.
Thank you very much to the ISOS IPB committee. I am very much honored to be one of the invited speakers in the international seminar. We also dedicate this presentation to the late Dr. Hawis Madupa. Presentasi ini saya persembahkan untuk rekan kerja almarhum Dr. Hawis Madupa yang join dengan APRI selama 6 tahun, memberikan fondasi dalam sustainability fishery di APRI. Ladies and gentlemen, who are present at this international seminar, I will convey one of the topic in the seminar, namely sustainable blue economic. I will present the blue economic model in the blue salmon crab fishery sustainability program in Indonesia. The main theory I use is the first according to Montemeyer concept, 2021, the marine and fisheries blue economy. And the concept second is based on article AYIL 2022 in the summary of blue economics for small-scale fisheries. But before I present this topic, I would like to briefly introduce the Indonesian Crab Management Association, or APRI. This organization was founded in 2007, so it is already 15 years old. Yeah. Its members are 18 companies that contribute 90% economically in industry blue salmon crab Indonesia. The main goal since it was founded in 2007 is that in order to first achieve business sustainability, it must be, the second is it must be sustainable in the fisheries. To achieve this goal, APRI developed Fisheries Improvement Program, or we know FIP, that involves stakeholders including academic, government, and community, and the supply chain level such as fishermen, suppliers, mini plant, and other communities, so that we briefly become ADGC. Yeah. Indeed, we take sustainability reference based on MSC, Marine Stewardship Council, principle or guidelines, namely by using the concept 3 pillars, namely, first, sustainable fish stock, the second, minimize environmental impact, and third, effective fishery management. We try to combine the concept MSC and sustainability of the blue economy. There seem to be match. In the following presentation, we will present evidence and implemented of APRI program with the blue economy in accordance with the international seminar. Please, Pak Agus. The first concept, we outlined three: introduction and the blue economic concept in the blue emerging crab fishery, and conclusion. Next. Yeah. Please say in the concept of blue economic that Sinros Montemeyer said have two kinds. In the left is the resources available dimension, resources availability. And the right is blue economic capacity, have 3 dimensions. First, social equity. Third, second, environmental sustainability. And the third is economic viability. APRI have implemented in the resources ability many research in, first is bioprospecting, number 2, fisheries, and then number 3 is mariculture. 3 kinds from the second dimension from blue economic fisheries, blue economic. But in the right, the blue economic capacity, during 15 years, we continuously, together with the academic, together with the government, all items dimension, social economic equity have 5 items: corruption, economic equity, gender equality, curb equity, and human rights. And environmental sustainability have 3: biodiversity, habitat, water equality, and economic viability, infrastructure, investment risks, as national stability. We will show you that have the implementation for the item of dimension blue economic capacity. Indonesia, yeah. Crab fishery are managed collaboration involving various stakeholders, including how the supply chain can participate in management process. The Indonesian Blue Swimming Crab Association concerned about sustainability in the crab fishery by joining fishery improvement program framework based on the 3 main indicators: name sustainable fish stock, minimize improvement impact, and fishery effective management. The session, which consists the crab processor, also pay attention to other aspects of business and social aspect. This considered the related concept, the blue economic. So it is necessary to study more deeply on how the management of crab has been carried out. Next, ILU. Yeah. Sorry. ILU state that the concept of blue economic has been discussed at a high-level policy forum since 2012. United Nations Conference in Sustainable Development. The resume of the literature of blue economic emerged from analysis academic using data from journal article and policy document to provide a preliminary overview of how small-scale fishery in the blue economy are framed by academic and policymakers. High-level policy, including ideal proposal for fishery and other marine sector, but in ways that are more suited to industrial scale fishery and aquaculture than small scale fisheries. There is uncertainty for small scale fishery, namely the difference between small scale and industrial scale fishery, particularly the social aspect that can make small scale fishery more suitable for achieve some of the state goals of the blue economy. It concludes that the broad blue economy is still a work in progress and should be guided by clearly articulated goals in term government that support small-scale fishery. Crab fishery in Indonesia is small-scale fishery, where the blue economy concept need to be examined how it impacts small-scale fishery. Small-scale fishery are different from large-scale fishery, so some adjustments are needed, especially in the implementation of the blue economy. The management of crab fisheries as small-scale fisheries is considered necessary to be studied based on the blue economy concept. This is intended to see an overview of how concept implementing the blue economy in crab fishery in Indonesia actually. Sorting, simplify, the left is blue economy concept, in the middle is blue swimming crab fishery, and the right blue economy concept model and implementation in blue swimming crab fishery management in Indonesia. The management of crab fishery, small-scale fishery, is considered fishery to be studied, with blue economic concept. Next, the blue economic model concept in blue swimming crab fisheries. APRI focus have a 6 traceability system, and then stock assessment, and then co-management, environment-friendly fishing gear, enforcement, compliance, and empowerment. Okay, next. Fishery progress have evaluated review how associates have implemented the blue economic based on the MSC 3 pillars. Currently, SFP state improvement in the water, the progress score get A, advanced progress. The blue swimming crab fishery was assessed in 2015 using MSC fisheries assessment methodology. Current score below 772 MSC standard for sustainable blue swimming crab fisheries, and get the grade A more than I think so more than 4 years. Okay, next. Okay, the blue economic have six items. So a blue swimming crab have inroads, raw material, resources ability, implemented F3, fisheries and marine and bios perspective. In the fisheries, sustainable fish stock, APRI organized the data collecting, research and sampling program since 2014, developed in the logbook system to apply it in the supply chain, restocking tablet in 2 times in 2018 until 2020 period, developed the egg buried family blue swimming crab apartment, implemented the gill net for 4.5 to make larger in sea implementation, and support the government to create harvest strategy that launched in March 2022. In the mariculture, conduct aquaculture activity collaborated with the aquaculture agency BTAB Jepara to develop enlargement the blue swimming crab in to pilot site, Rembang, Central Java, Pamekasan, East Java. It means the BPAB Jepara have been successful to make aquaculture until crab lab and until mature, but until now have handicap into kind. The first is mortality, and the second is feed. In BIOS perspective, processing of the blue swimming crab cell has been initiated in several locations through several research as chitin chitosan, also on the use other ways to produce new material for value-added product. APRI also have collaboration with the parties such as Pupuk Kalimantan Timur that organized training at East Kalimantan in 2021. Next. In the right, the concept blue swimming, concept blue economic, implemented in the blue swimming crab. In social equity, there are no evidence in blue swimming crab industry which lead to corruption. The sanction in the supply chain have been agreed by parties concerned. In economic equity, APRI implemented the control document in the supply chain in order to develop the compliance with government and market regulation. Besides that, the supply chain regulation has an opportunity to increase the economic equity. Gender equity, in gender equity, sorry. Blue swimming crab industry involving both men and women in all supply chain. Approximately industry involving 90,000 fishermen, 185,000 women, and 10,000 men in the cooking station, 140,000 women, and 7,000 men in the mini plant, and 10,000 women in and 5,000 men in the processing plant. Many of fishermen facility are head of the family, father or husband as the fisherman, while his wife is a worker in the cooking station or mini plant as helper or picker. This is something that the quite common in Indonesia fishermen household, especially in the blue swimming crab industry that provide a big opportunity to a woman to involve in industry. However, there are also women who act the housewife who take care of their family members, especially their children. And then group equity. Marine and fishery resources are resources that can be freely utilized by community, but need to be done wisely. Utilities crab resources can be done by all Indonesian citizens without disease group. Apart from the resources that can be utilized by community freely, but responsibility. Fishing community collection, many pond manager, processing pond have the same opportunity to get direction and sustain to carrying out their activity. One that has been developed in sustainable crab management is existent in co-management that involve all stakeholders. As the form embodiment of this co-management, APRI initiated to implement sustainability management involving blue swimming crab fishery actors in upstream sector. One of which fishermen, APRI placed community organization Glacier Advisory Fishing Group to be assessed by APRI in carrying out sustainable crab management. Each group has the same opportunity to receive this assistance, although at the beginning, its implementation was still in the form of the pilot point, namely in Rembang and Pamekasan. Through the assistance provided, fishing group can really initiate various programs for the sustainable crab resources. Next, human rights. The blue swimming crab supply chain from forward from human rights. Generally, processing plants have been audited and certified in social audit in entire supply chain of crab fisheries. No human rights violations were found. In addition, APRI also report in the flow of crab management through Fishery Progress, which is a platform to facilitate sustainable fisheries activities to be able to report in monitoring their fishery program feed. Fishery program is currently implementing human rights and social responsibility responding that needs to be carried out by all parties who register their fishermen on the platform. The point received review in the provision of human rights and social responsibility fishery progress include there is no abuse or harassment, there is no human trafficking or forced labor, there is no child labor, freedom of association and right to collecting bargaining are respected. Earning and benefit are decent, transparent, and stable. Fisher enjoy adequate rest. Fisher have adequate standard of living on the boat vessel. The working environment is safe. There are adequate medical response for workplace injury. Okay. Next, environment sustainability. Yeah.
Bapak Kunchoro, 1 minute left.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay. Biodiversity ethics, so many research in biodiversity and habitat also. Yeah, we also implemented vessel tracking system. Water quality. Yeah. Next, economic viability. Yeah. Infrastructure. I think infrastructure in Java is okay. So the regular government certified SKP and HACCP. Yeah. Investment risks, as we know, the company can entry and while from the national stability, yeah, the government very concerned.
Aku kemarin sudah sehat.
Commitment to this supply chain. Conclusion, okay. Yeah, the blue economic including two main dimensions. First is the resources utility as a basic dimension that is used in order to implement the blue economy. The second dimension is enabling conditions that include aspects in order to support the blue economic capacity, such as social security, environment sustainability, and economic viability. Blue swimming fishery management in Indonesia has already implemented the blue economic concept, blue economic that is generally related to sustainability of the resources and how it will be used wisely without neglecting social equity, environmental sustainability, and economic viability. Has been implemented through the Fishery Improvement Program led by APRI and other programs that involve stakeholders such as in supply chain, industrial government, and other external parties. Implemented of blue economic and blue swimming crab fishery management in Indonesia need to be continuously improved and adapted with the challenge and the global progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bapak Kunchoro, for sharing the concept of blue economy, blue swimming crab fisheries, as well as the role of APRI in implementation of the blue economy concept. And the next speaker, we will have Dr. Shailil Johri. Before we start the third the session of the third speaker, I will remind you that after the presentation of the third speaker, there will be a discussion session. So you can ask the question directly by open the mic. Okay, Dr. Shalil Johri, the screen and time is yours.
Hi, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for inviting me, the ISOS committee, and especially the late Dr. Havis Madhupa. So today I'm going to talk to you about building my work in building genomic seascapes for conservation through genomics, equity, and inclusion. My talk will be focused specifically on conservation of sharks and rays. So just to step back a bit, here I'm showing you the evolution of life on Earth, and I would like to point out that sharks and rays were some of the earliest animals that evolved. So that was about 440 million years ago. So they've been around for a long, long time. And sharks have an extremely high evolutionary divergence among the species group. So they have evolved for specific ecological roles and have extreme divergence between species groups. So that just tells us that they are specialized and they're really important for the roles that they have evolved to play in ecosystems. Consequently, sharks they play a very important role in the ecosystem and in our economy, as illustrated by this figure here. I'll take one of these roles that they take and expand on it a bit. So the importance of sharks in reef ecosystems is extremely paramount. So for example, if we don't have sharks, which are top predators in an ecosystem, we have an increase in mesopredators, which causes a decrease in herbivores, as shown here. And that causes an increase in algae, which ultimately leads to a loss of coral reefs because they're taken over by algae. So this was specifically seen in the Line Islands, where a comparison was made between the top predator abundance in the Line Islands in the Pacific and also what was the coral cover or the health of the corals. And as you can see, if you have a very high amount of number of top predators in a given coral reef ecosystem, that correlates with very high coral cover, as opposed to a reduced presence of top predators, in this case sharks, leads to a loss of coral cover. In addition to this, sharks are also just very important to ecotourism and to our economies, and they are just spectacular animals to be with. So this is a video of a whale shark that we had the opportunity to be with in Australia. And they're just magnificent animals, and everybody should have a chance to experience this. Despite the importance of sharks as top predators in the ecosystem, today we know from the United Nations Global Biodiversity Outlook that there has been a large decline in shark populations, and we have failed to conserve shark and ray biodiversity. There's been about a 70% decline in oceanic shark and ray populations. And upwards of, and despite this strong decline, there is about more than 1/3 or 1/3 of the shark and ray species are still data deficient. So this graph here from Dalvi et al. Shows you which are some of the highest shark and ray landing nations in the world, and also which are some of the highest fin trading nations in the world. Consequently, the nations that are high in shark landings and in the fin trade also have a very high number of threatened species. Majority of the sharks and rays are exploited for the fin trade, but now as teleose protein sources are declining, we also see that there is a high demand for elastomeric meat to take care of our protein needs around the world. So why is this happening? Why are shark and ray populations being exploited? So I see that as a three-part problem. One is data deficiencies, as I mentioned. So in this chart here, you can see that sharks, rays, and chimeras are one of the highest data deficient species. And as you can see with this gray bar, and by data deficiency, I mean that we don't understand enough and know enough about which populations are doing well, which populations need more attention. And as a result, we fail to meet the conservation targets for chondrichthyes because we don't know enough about them in terms of protecting them. As you can see here, the conservation targets for cartilaginous fish are really low compared to some of the other species groups. The second problem is illegal, unregulated, and unreported fisheries. So as we know around the world, there's a huge problem in invisibility of vessels, transshipping, flag hopping, and also mislabeling and laundering of seafood, which leads to illegal fishing and unreported fishing as well. So which contributes in huge ways to a large number of sharks and rays populations getting affected. And the third is a lack of capacity. So nations that are most affected by the illegal fishing or the shark and fin trade are unable to take care, assess the biodiversity as well as fisheries themselves. This problem is exacerbated with the rise in distant water fishing. As you can see this graph here, there is fishing going on in different parts of the world by nations across the world. So there's no more, distant water fishing is taking over the local ecologically conscious, I would say, fishing that used to occur in past decades. And this distant water fishing and the inability to monitor the impact of distant water fishing on the biodiversity and on fisheries has led to big shifts in economies of nations and economies in the ecosystems of nations, and also consequently in the economies of these nations. So I'm leading a research group that is addressing all of these three issues using genomics as a surveillance tool. And that is possible now because we are able to study sharks and rays and other animals at the same detail that we are studying humans and human DNA for personalized medicine. So I'll talk to you about how we are using genomics to address these issues. So in the first part, I'll talk about a project where we address data deficiency and build capacity to address conservation of sharks and rays. So this project was based in India, which is one of the largest shark fishing nations in the world. And as you can see here, India has a huge contribution to shark and ray landings, to the fin trade, and it also has some of the highest number of threatened species. In India, the western province of Gujarat is one of the largest contributors to shark and ray landings because it sits in a biodiversity hotspot in the Arabian Sea. So we were assessing 4 locations for shark and ray landings to assess biodiversity and to assess the trade of sharks and rays in this region. During our surveys, these are fishery-based surveys, we found about 30 species. Majority of the specimens we found were females and juveniles. So this was obviously having a really large impact on the population because females and juveniles were being taken out in a very large proportion. Out of the about 200 specimens that we had, about 30% of these could not be identified because they were dismembered specimens like this, or that they were guitar fishes, which were very hard to identify taxonomically. So this was a problem because we couldn't tell what species were being traded and if this was legal or not. So, and the closest sequencing facility was really far with a very long turnaround time. So at this point, I developed this method based on the Oxford Nanopore sequencer called the MinION sequencer, where we were able to take a tissue sample and process it very close to our sampling site. And within hours, about 6 hours, we were able to tell what species it was. And using this method, we were able to identify that it was a silky shark, which was a regulated species in India. It was a CITES listed species that was being traded. And we also identified 3 distinct species of guitar fishes, which are critically endangered. In addition, we identified 3 species that were reported for the first time in this region. So all of this work went a long way in addressing the data deficiencies and led to range extensions for these 3 species and led to identification of trade, species being traded in the market. We are also using genetics to, switching gears a bit, we are also using genetics to assess great white shark populations in California and Mexico. So using our tagging studies, we have found that the Northeast Pacific population may be 2 subsets of populations, but they haven't been assessed using whole genomes. So that's what we're doing. We're looking at sharks in California and in Mexico and trying to see if the Northeast Pacific population is one. And second, what is the genetic health of this population in terms of genetic diversity and in terms of population number for conservation and management. So now I will kind of switch gears a bit again and talk to you about this larger project that I'm involved with, where also Dr. Hafiz Madhupa was involved with, and his group is still working with us. And I'm very thankful to IPB for collaborating with us on this project. So I would like you to focus on this MPA here, which is a marine protected area. It's one of the largest marine protected areas in the Indian Ocean. It's called the Chagos Archipelago. And despite it being a no-take marine protected area, when I'm looking at fishing activity in the area, you can see that there is actually quite a bit of fishing going on in a no-take marine protected area. So this tells us that even though we have established MPAs, they are not really effective because we are unable to monitor and enforce regulations that MPAs confer. So in the Chagos Archipelago, after the MPA was established, there has been an 85% decline in reef shark populations, specifically gray reef and silvertip reef sharks. As you can see in this picture here on the upper right-hand side, you can see that there is a large number of sharks being taken by vessels. So this is an illegally fishing vessel that happened to be caught. In the vessels that are caught, there is about 60 to 70% of the catch is sharks. So, and the Chagos Archipelago has it's a very large area with a very limited patrolling power. So that is why illegal fishing is quite rampant. So our group has been studying sharks in the Chagos for about 6 years, and we have been acoustically tagging and looking at their movements across the Chagos. So we wanted to ask the question, how are the populations now after the decline in the Chagos doing, and which of the populations are the most threatened in the Chagos? But also, how are the reef shark populations across the Indian Ocean doing? How are they connected to the Chagos? And are any of these populations being impacted by the illegal fishing trade as well? So again, we are addressing these questions using genomics. So we are doing population assessments, fisheries monitoring, and capacity building. And how are we doing this? So this is a schematic of the project where we are sampling reef shark populations across the Indian Ocean. And we're building a genetic reference database for these sharks. And using this genetic reference database, we are then going to assess each of the populations across the Indian Ocean, including 2 locations in Indonesia, in Aceh and in Tanjung Luar. And we are going to assess what is the genetic health and diversity of these populations, what is their connectivity with the rest of the Indian Ocean populations, and which are the populations that need to be prioritized for conservation and management. So this is just a little bit of a closer look at this. And so the idea here is that we will sample the sharks, build the reference genetic reference databases, and also look at sharks that are found in illegal fishing markets and say, and ask the question, let's say, are the sharks from Indonesia found in any of the illegal fishing markets, which would tell us that there is illegal fishing going on in Indonesia. So far we have either sampling going on, or we have finished sampling in all of these locations across the Indian Ocean. And next we will be conducting whole genome sequencing and building our reference database for all of these populations. So this is what we are doing on the research side. Once we have developed these methods, we have been able to then disseminate that information and the knowledge to a lot of different study systems and problems. So for example, when I developed the method to identify the species in fish markets in India, that scientific article was very nicely actually translated into a National Geographic article, which ended up it being read and kind of circulated among a large group of people, and who then reached out to me. And because our method was not species specific, we were able to help with building a method to identify Asian ivory in collaboration with WWF Thailand. We have now worked with on a rhino conservation, northern rhino resurrection and conservation project with the San Diego Zoo Institute for Conservation Research. And I'm also collaborating with the Environmental Defense Fund to develop a real-time fisheries monitoring assay dependent on sequencing, which would inform fishermen if they are fishing in an area where they're catching a lot of bycatch, and also, or if they're catching the target species that they intended to. So those are some of the applications for the methods that we are developing, and this is how it is leading to capacity building. As part of our project that I just talked about in the Indian Ocean, where we're also working with the group at IPB and with the group at Unsaya, where Dr. Noor Fadli is working with us, and Adrian Damora, we are also going to be bringing equipment and methods and kind of training the teams in both of these groups, including some students, to then be able to do species identification and other genetic method assessments right in the lab in the universities. So that is the end goal for the project, so that different teams and nations can independently then assess the biodiversity and fisheries in their own capacity.
Dr. Shaili, 1 minute left.
Thank you. And just last, I would want to touch upon something that is really, really important to this effort is equity, diversity, and inclusion. And to that effort, so when we go in and do research in an area, we're also always involving and assessing the local ecological knowledge that we can get from fisher communities, and also assessing their needs, because any conservation and management policy is only going to be sustainable when we have all of the stakeholders participating in it. So this is what some of these pictures are showing here. It's me talking to some of the fisher communities in Gujarat. Here is one of my students, Anjani Tiwari, who worked on this project in India, is now taking the information that we got, excuse me, back to the fisherwomen and disseminating what we learned. Excuse me. Here is a poster kind of showing how teleost fishes grow very rapidly, but sharks and rays take a really long time to mature and produce very few young, and that is why bycatch, even in small amounts, is very harmful to these populations. And then I'm also constantly trying to talk to students, school and college students in the areas that I work in, so that they can get introduced and learn about their surroundings and the beautiful nature that they live close to, so that they can appreciate it and get involved in conservation and policy in their future careers. And with that, I would like to thank everybody, all of my collaborators and funders, and thank you, the ISOS committee and the late Dr. Habis Madhupa for inviting me here. I'll take any questions if there is time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shaili, for sharing knowledge and experience, especially for developing genomic approaches to protect the shark. But and then we still have a discussion session. But before we go to the discussion session, I would like to invite all 3 speakers to have a photo session, because it seems that Dr. Shaili cannot join with us for discussion session. Okay.
I can be there for a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Okay, committee, please take a picture. Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more, Bapak Kunchoro. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much, all the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to deliver questions to the 3 of our speakers. The committee, please help to facilitate this question. Any in the floor? Okay, Bu Umi Zakia from Universitas Brawijaya, please.
Thank you very much, Pak Ade, for the opportunity to deliver questions. Dr. Shaili, it is very interesting to hear what you have done with your research about shark. But my curiosity, I'm not really a shark person, but then there is something that appear in my mind. If I'm, please correct me if I'm mentioned some mistakes. About shark, isn't it really organism which is having like migration or something like that, or they are only endemic or in certain locations only? So what I mean with this question is whether if you are finding some a certain species of shark in certain locations, are they only there? I mean, only living, it is really their habitat, or they are moving around. So whether this genomic really can represent about this habitat, or is there any like flexibility if you find the same species in another area? Can we say that so there might be a migration, or I don't know when it happens like that? Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Sally.
No, that's a great question. So it depends on the species that we are talking about. So for example, with reef sharks that I'm studying, the reef sharks are going to stay close to reefs and they do not venture into open ocean. So if you have two reefs that are separated by a deep open ocean, then it's very likely that the two populations, that if the same species is found in the two reefs, then they're going to be separate subpopulations. But if you have a pelagic species, let's say like the silky sharks, then they actually migrate very large distances. So in that case, if there are different oceans, or if they're separated by an oceanic barrier or some sort of a barrier, then you would still have subpopulations, but the populations are going to be not as tight and small as the reef sharks. So it depends on what species you're studying.
Oh, I see. Yeah, this is very interesting research. Thank you for your information. Thank you, Pak Adi.
Thank you,
Sally.
Dr. Sally. Dr. Sabto from Airlangga University.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Ade, and good morning. Good morning from Indonesia, and maybe good evening for Dr. Sally. I'm curious about the now metabarcoding is distributed, and many researchers study about eDNA. About your experience, do you have maybe one of the project regarding to the shark or another small brains identification based on environmental DNA? And the second question, what's your comment or a view about the future of eDNA metabarcoding? Because as long as I know that some a researcher or taxonomy is still not confident or not believe about the result of eDNA metabarcoding. Thank you.
Dr. Sally.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sabto, for the question. I think eDNA metabarcoding has a lot of potential, and I think we're just starting to kind of hit the tip of the iceberg, because we don't know so much about the oceans and our biodiversity, and eDNA is a great way to figure that out. And regarding not trusting the data, I think it depends on how the analysis is done, right? There are several ways where you can make sure that you have a very high confidence level using eDNA data to identify what species that you're finding there. So there can be data that is not very reliable, but there are now many ways to have high confidence data from eDNA as well. Having said that, I think it is definitely going to take us further than where we are. But again, with eDNA, you can't tell some things like, if you find eDNA in a certain place in the ocean, did it come from there, or was it brought by currents from a different place? So those questions are always going to be there, but it is still better than not knowing anything. So I think that was your second question. And your first question, I think, was about if I have used eDNA for shark, identifying presence of sharks. Is that right?
Your experience about the eDNA for elasmobranch or shark.
Yeah, so we actually regularly use eDNA to see if white sharks are present in the area or not. We especially club it with visual sightings of white sharks. And our goal is also to be able to get enough eDNA or enough DNA from our eDNA sampling to be able to do population level assessments. So yeah, we actually use it quite regularly. And our lab has also used it in the White Shark Cafe, which is a place where white sharks go every year in the Pacific, in the middle of the ocean. We don't understand why. And so we've used that to understand what depth in the water column white sharks are present at, and yeah, how is their presence correlated with other species so that we can know why they are going to the White Shark Cafe.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sally, and hope I'll have a collaboration with you. See you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sabto, Dr. Saidi. I would like to invite two more people to ask a question to our speaker. Okay, Bu Citra from Universitas Brawijaya.
Yeah. Thank you, moderator, for the opportunity that has been given. First, I want to ask to Mr. Kunchoro. Mr. Kunchoro, how did APRI convince small fishermen to work clean with crabs? Because we know that to get a clean supply chain, fishermen have to work extra in sorting and selecting. And of course, it also affects the working time, and also the fishermen will lose the opportunity to sell crab with eggs in them. Yeah, maybe that's for Mr. Kunchoro. And for the and then the second question is to Prof. Dietrich. Talking about zoning and climate change, we all know that regional zoning is a form of adaptation to climate change, but we also know that the government until now hasn't determined it for all regions. It's only several provinces that have we call Perda for zoning area. So my question is, how do you think academics should do a role in accelerating the determination of zoning in coastal area? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Citra. First, a question for Dr. Bapak Kunchoro, please. Bapak Kunchoro, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Citra Satria. Yeah. Yes, that small business characteristic are common from business Indonesia. This is a small business that the small business sometimes don't have like a balance statement everything. So you see that you compare with the sorting, selecting, the working hours. Yeah. This is like small business that the employee is the family. Yeah. This is the goals of the government that to educate, yeah, to improving the condition. Yeah, but as we know, the small business in Indonesia, this is a foundation for the Indonesian economy. Yeah. This is, I think, a homework for everyone. every stakeholders, for government, for businessmen, everything, because the small business like fishermen, like small business, this is like combine the family business and the professional business. Yeah, yes, right. That the sorting, selecting hours compared with the working hours is different with the big company, big factory. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bapak Kunchoro. Next to Prof. Ditri.
Yasma. So, Citra, I think your question is very, very interesting. Yeah? How the academician can support or can push, for example, developing the zoning in the coastal area, especially for the marine conservation area. Yeah, as you know, actually we cannot work alone, or institution by institution, but we have to collaborate together. Yeah. So one of the implementation in collaboration is through the association. That you look, for example, in West Java. Yeah, I know an association is quite support. Yeah, not only the government but also the local people, how to manage their coastal area, especially how they establish the zoning in the coastal conservation area. So in association like HAPI, Indonesian Coastal Expert, for example, you collaborate together, not only the academician from all the university, but also with the government, especially the local government, and also in the village level, with the people over there. It's interesting to push to work together, when you want that the implementation of the zoning in the coastal conservation area can be implemented properly, and then also can follow by not only the local people, but all the stakeholders can take benefits from the coastal conservation area. So the role important of academician through the association, like HAPI or ISPIKANI, that I think it's better to be the champion is the association, the people in the academician, not only the person. The champion to support the government, the local people, etc., etc. I think it's my answer to your question, Citra.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Ditri. The key point is the collaboration. Okay, and next we go to Bapak Gondewa Wisnu.
Hello. First of all, I'm a student from IPB University. I'm from Marine and Science and Technology. I'm interested in Miss Shahidi Johri about shark because I really love sharks. I just want to know, I was just wondering, do you have a thought about or a concept about how to farm a shark in a good way? I mean, in a sustainable way, like like that.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of sustainable shark fisheries around the world, and that requires that we assess what the shark population's status is in a lot of the different locations, and then kind of assign quotas. But there has to be a strict implementation of all of those quotas and regulations, and only then a sustainable shark fishery is possible. So yeah, it is possible to do that, and there are quite a few examples of that we have.
Okay, thank you. And the last question from Bapak Abdul Muttalib. Is yours.
Thank you very much for moderator, Mr. Adeyamin. The first question for Mr. Kunchoro. I give an appreciation about the APRI program, about the blue economy concept. But in this discussion, I want to ask for Mr. Kunchoro. First question, what are the benefits from APRI program to the economic growth of coastal community? And the two question, a second question, I see this concept has just been implemented in Java. How is the development in the Eastern Indonesia? The second question for Mrs. Sahli Johri. The shark trade worries the future of the world's shark diversity. Mr. Sahli Johri, thanks for sharing today. In this discussion, I want to ask, what is an effective strategy to protect and save the future of shark in the world? Thank you very much.
First, Bapak Kunchoro, there are two questions.
Yeah, the benefit from APRI to coastal community, right? Yeah. Mostly APRI supply chain, yeah, comes from small fishery. For small fishery, it means have a small boat, yeah, below than 10 GT. It means the rich or the fishermen only below than 12 miles. Yeah, it means coastal. So Pak Abdul Muthalib, yeah. So many masyarakat pesisir, coastal communities, yeah, comes from like Cirebon, yeah, Middle Java, yeah, East Java. So the small company, small enterprise like mini plant, yeah. They also have income for family. This I think the coastal community, masyarakat pesisir. But also the APRI have a program, yeah, in the fishery improvement program. Come from APRI, also come from academic to research in the coastal community. Yeah, we are welcome to research. For example, we have like innovation. We give some fund to study to student fishermen, study in fishery, like university, yacht, APRI yacht innovation. Yeah, so every year many students research on coastal communities. Yeah, I think Abdul Muthalib enough. Yeah, first is
how do you think about the
Eastern
development program Eastern Indonesia?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Until now, we APRI well, not yet to Eastern Indonesia, because the supply chain, we don't have supply from the Eastern. The supply chain, I think, is in Makassar and Kendari, but it is a small quantity. So majority is from Java, from WPP 712. Yeah. So right now we don't have not yet program to Eastern, like Papua, like Ambon, like Ternate. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sahli. There is one question to you.
Yeah, hi Abdul. Thank you for the question. I just want to correct. It's not Mrs. or Miss or Mr. It's Dr. Shaili, so you can address me as that. And I think your question was, what is the future of shark conservation? Is that right? Like, So I think in terms of an overall approach, I would first suggest that we reduce the data deficiencies that are surrounding sharks and rays. So to assess populations genetically and to figure out which are the populations that need to be prioritized, what are the stocks that we have, and what is, like the previous question about whether there are sustainable shark fisheries possible. So yes, we need to have stock assessments and then have sustainable shark fisheries. But the second part of that is also just empowering communities around the world to actually do their own assessments of fisheries and their biodiversity so that they can monitor their own waters and their own fisheries. And so empower these communities to get involved in marine conservation and management through the information that they can get. So I think that is the two-pronged approach that we need to have in order to conserve sharks and rays in the future. And both of these things need to happen urgently because, as I showed before, based on the UN Biodiversity Outlook report, we have lost about 70% of oceanic sharks and rays. So, and given how slowly and how sensitive to fishing pressure sharks and rays are, they are very quickly declining. So we need to act really quickly. Does that answer your question?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hailey and then Abdul. Okay, thank you very much for all the audiences and speakers for this very nice discussion. But before we end this session, I would like to invite the committee to present the certificate, please.
Thank you so much for all of the speakers. The committee have the certificate of appreciation for Professor Dietrich G. Bengen from Department of Marine Science and Technology, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your appreciation.
And also for Insinyur Kunchoro Catur Nugroho from Indonesia Blue Swimming Crab Association. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
And for Dr. Shailil Johri from Stanford University. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate all of you for sharing your valuable insight. The certificate is also given to our moderator, Dr. Ade Yamindagu. Thank you so much for leading this session.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next discussion, we will be led by Dr. Yasman from University of Indonesia. Dr. Yasman has finished his bachelor degree in Biology, University of Indonesia, master degree in Marine Tropical at University of doctoral degree of Pharmaceutical Biology, University of Heinrich Heine Düsseldorf. He expertise in pharmaceutical biology and tropical ecology. He is a lecturer at Biology Department, University of Indonesia, guest researcher at Pharmaceutical Biology, University of Heinrich Heine Düsseldorf, Germany, Manager of Research and Public Services at Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, University of Indonesia, since March 2008, and also Head of Sub-Directorate for Industrial Incubator, University of Indonesia. To Dr. Yasman, time is yours.
Thank you very much, MC. For the next 40 minutes, we will have the second session of invited speaker. And I do know that our first speaker has already joined this seminar, but I wonder if the second speaker, Yan Xian O, PhD, is she already joined this seminar? Okay, I hope in a few minutes she will soonly join our seminar and deliver her very nice topic in this seminar. Before we start the first session, I would like to introduce our first prominent speaker from the University Malaysia of Terengganu, Associate Professor Tan Min Pao, PhD. She was born in Johor, Malaysia, and awarded a doctorate degree in biotechnology with specialization in population genetics in 2011. Now, she served as a researcher and also academic staff at the Institute of Marine Biotechnology, IMB, University Malaysia Terengganu. And also she holds the Deputy Director of the IMB. Her research interest is mainly in conservation genetics, but also includes work from multidiscipline of population genetic, molecular ecology, phylogeography, evolutionary systematic biodiversity, and others. Without further ado, I will let Tan Min Pao, PhD, to deliver her presentation. I would like to remind that the time is very limited, only 20 minutes. And I would remind you if the time is almost finished. Now screen and time is yours.
Alright, terima kasih banyak Pak Yaman. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. So selamat siang, still good morning to all of you in Indonesia, but Malaysia here is already afternoon. All right, let me share my screen first. Share screen. All right, so first, thank you very much to the organizing committee for inviting me to give my research findings in this precious program. So I would like to share with all of you with the topic genetic diversity as a monitoring tool for the long-tail tuna, scientific name Tanos Tongol Sustainable Management Plan, particularly in Malaysia. So my name is Tan Min Pao, okay, and my field of interest is in the molecular ecology and particularly in conservation genetics. So let me first introduce to all of you. I think this species is not, we are very familiar with this fish because this fish is very popular in the Southeast Asia. Okay, scientific name Tanos Tongol. The fish can grow up to 142 centimeter and 35.9 kilogram according to fish-based database. And this particular species, all right, is in the class Aptenochoridae or the Plexiformes and families Combreidae. So a little bit more introduction about the fish. The fish, all right, commonly known as long-tail tuna. In Malaysia, it is very commonly called, locally known as tongkol ayam hitam. And especially in Terengganu, we eat this fish a lot. We can eat that for our breakfast, for our lunch, and for our dinner. And among the Tanos species, okay, this Tanos tongol is the second smallest of all tunas. And this species live throughout its life cycle in the ocean. And they are migratory species, Oceanodromus. There are opportunistic feeder, okay, known as a very important prey and predator in marine ecosystems. And they are very important, economically high as the food source and game fish because they are very good in fighting. And the global catch quantity has increased gradually over the years, according to the statistic collected by FAO and reported in 2015. And the native area of this species is distributed throughout the subtropical and tropical waters. So when we talk about the sustainable fisheries management, so it means that the particular target species should have sufficient individual to produce for the next generation, and at the same time it is sufficient for human consumption, harvest for human consumption. And to make this happen, we have no other choice but to manage the resources wisely. And for that, to manage the resources, first step in the management plan is to identify the stock or the population within a species to be managed. And according to several previous literatures, molecular methods, or particularly genetic diversity, is a tool applied to marine fisheries in recent decade, which lead to an improved knowledge in the stock delineation, which means also to identify the population. And so management objective for maintaining intraspecific genetic diversity is defined by characterizing the first genetic diversity among the populations, all right, genetic structure, and then also the genetic diversity within the population. And molecular tools are powerful and effective, no doubt, okay, in assessing population diversity and structures. So matrilinear markers, the maternal inherited markers, the mitochondrial, all right, genes or non-genes in the mitochondrial DNA are potent tools in assessing population genetics, all right, due to their elevated mutation rate and highly variable in natural population as compared to the single copy nuclear gene. So for this particular study, our group used two markers of the mitochondrial DNA. One is the displacement loop control region, or as known also as the D loop, and the second one is the protein coding NADH dehydrogenase subunit 5 and D5. Mitochondrial DNA is sensitive and reliable in determining population stock of fish species, and multiple sequences of the maternal inheritance data through the simultaneous application of several markers, okay, serve as an informative tool that could reveal population genetic patterning. Through our literature search, okay, we found or we observed some previous reports on this particular species, which were reported, some of them from the Indian waters by the Kunal et al. In 2014, and the Welles line, Al-Hassan and Zoro in 2012, and papers of the species caught at the South China Sea, obtained from the Vietnam, Indonesia, and Philippines. However, by the time that before we started this study, we couldn't find any population genetic data of this species in Malaysian waters. And therefore, our objective for this study is first to outline the genetic diversity of all the wild populations of the Tanas Tongol in Malaysian waters, and then to define the population structure associated with the geophysical barriers. And then based on this data, all right, we will be able to suggest the evolutionary significant units, the ESU, on the management units for the conservation and specific sustainable management plan for the tuna industry in Malaysia. For this particular study, all right, we managed, quite fortunate to be able to collect samples from all the coastal areas of Malaysia. All right, we have 3 locations that we collect from the west coast of Peninsular Malaysia, the east coast of Peninsular Malaysia, some around the Borneo Islands, and all of them we have 11 sampling locations. And these are the sampling locations, coordinates, collection dates of the Tanas Tongol populations from Malaysia. So we have collected these samples quite some time ago, and we managed to publish the paper just a few years back. So here, I would like to highlight that we managed to successfully optimize or amplify the PCR products for ND5 for 208 individuals. And for the D-loop marker, we managed to successfully amplify 203 individuals for that. For this particular study. And to add value to our data analysis, we also retrieved some gene bank sequences, 92 of them of the D-loop sequences that the fishes are from the Indian Ocean. And through our collaboration with the Taiwan researcher, also we managed to get 4 samples from the Taiwan waters. And so we also sequenced them at the both markers. Now, the standard protocol, after collecting the fish individual or fish samples, so we obtain a little of their fin sample and then use the very cheap extraction method, the salt extraction, and we could get extraction band and successfully extracted DNA. So we subject to the PCR amplifications at both markers. So successfully amplified PCR. So we send them for DNA sequencing and then for the DNA, data analysis. So data analysis is done according to the objective that I just laid out earlier on. So for the first objective, we would like to see the genetic diversity of all the population in the Malaysian waters. And for that, we first, of course, align the sequences and edit them in the Mega software. And then we check and also we calculated for the haplotype diversity and nucleotide diversity to know the total genetic diversity of the population in the DNASP software. We also define or characterize all of these basic information, for example, of all the individuals based on that particular marker. What are the variable sites? What are the parsimony informative site? Number of haplotypes, number of transitions, conversion, and nucleotide frequencies in the Mega. And we also assess or analyze, all right, for the historical demographic expansion using the neutrality test of FUFS and also Tajima-Dis with also the mismatch distribution again in the DNASP software. So for the second objective, our methodologies to define the population structure. So first we construct the phylogenetic tree, maximum likelihood method based on the evolutionary models that we identified from the software. The best evolutionary model for the ND5 dataset is the Tamura tree parameter and the Hasegawa Kishino-Yano plus gamma distribution plus inversion site for the D-loop marker. And then we also run for the MOVA test analysis for molecular variants to see the genetic partitions is the most at the within or between populations. We also check for the population pairwise comparison FST. And the population pairwise FST, because it's the multiple comparisons, you have to adjust it performing the false discovery rate adjustment at the alpha value equal to 0.05. And lastly, we also check on the relationship between genetic and geographical distance using the mental test in the isolation by distance software, IBD. Now, moving to the results part, so you see on my screen here is that all the basic information of how many individuals that we get for each of the data set, the final sequence length that we managed to align, how many polyinformatic sites, parsimony informative, number of haplotype, and so on and so forth. So with that, I would like to bring your attention to the one that I have underlined here for the mitochondrial D-loop region. All right, out of the 203 individuals, we observe 180 haplotypes, or the haplotype means unique sequences of the Tanner-Stongol based on the mitochondrial DNA D-loop region, while for the ND5 marker, all right, we managed to observe 60 unique sequences out of the 208 individuals. And altogether, all right, we see that this is the tables data tabulated. This is for the D-loop data set. All right, we see here the N is the number of individual and H is the N is the number of haplotypes. All right, and the S is the number of segregating sites. So much more interesting data to be looked at is the H haplotype diversity as well as the pi nucleotide diversity. So we see that of the 11 populations in our study, they are really highly diversified. Okay, the haplotype diversity, it can range from 0 to 1. 1 is the highest, and 1 means that out of the 12 individuals, all 12 of them are different in terms of their sequence. Okay, and this is the pi nucleotide diversity, how much difference of the nucleotide, individual nucleotide of each of the individual. And similarly for the ND5 marker, okay, data set, we also observe the very high haplotype diversity, 0.8 and above. And this we can suggest that, all right, of all the populations that, or of the individuals that we studied in this study, they are very high haplotype diversity, but low to moderate of nucleotide diversity. So what does that mean? So we will see in my discussion session. Now, for the second part, the population structure or the genetic structure. Based on the tree that we managed to construct, all right, we observe only a single cluster. This is the tree that we managed to construct, okay? So if you remember just now, the left side of this tree is the 180 haplotypes that we managed to observe in the DLOOP data set. So since 180 and then plus the bottom one is the WCIO, stand for the western coast of Indian Ocean, because I also previously mentioned that we added some gene bank sequences into the data to enrich or to add value to our data analysis. So 180 and plus 92 sequences are too long for one the screen view. So we able to cluster all of them, and since that we don't see any genetic structure, so I collapse them into all regions there. But we managed to see some genetic separation between the Malaysian samples and also the Indian samples with a quite high bootstrap or confidence level, which is 98. Meanwhile, for the ND5, because we don't get the Indian samples with the ND5 marker, so for the trees we only construct based on the Malaysian Tanos Tongol and also the Taiwan Tanos Tongol, and again we don't see any genetic structuring here. And based on the second analysis for the population structure, the AMOVA reveals that 96 to 99%. 96 is based on the ND5 data set, 99% is based on the DLOOP data set. It reveals that the genetic variation contributed by variation within population and not between populations. So again, this data supports our first analysis, the phylogenetic tree, that no, we don't see any genetic structure there. And this indicate a panmitic population, or means that everyone is mixing within the region that we collect the samples. And the panmitic population is expected to see most of the variant arises from the within sample. However, again, based on the tree and also our AMOVA analysis, pairwise comparison analysis, we see some separation, all right, between the South China Sea or the Indo-West Pacific and compared to the Indian Oceans samples. So this is a table showing AMOVA results, all right. 96 is for DLOOP, 99 is for the ND5. So when we see that within populations contributed so much variation and very small amount of the genetic variation between among the population. So this data also suggests that our population has no differences, all right, between populations. So when we compare with the Taiwan's, all right, with Taiwan, Malaysia and India, we see that is significant. Okay, with the alpha equal to 0.05, indicating yes, there is some genetic separation there, but with Taiwan, we don't see any significant one. And based on another analysis, isolation by distance, where we incorporated the DNA sequence and also the geographical coordinates, return a non-significant relationships, meaning that we don't see any genetic patterns in our populations. So the third one, we also assess the historical demography. And since populations in Malaysian waters were genetically homogeneous, all right, so we combine all together, but of course we run the mismatch distribution analysis separately for the two markers. So we see a unimodal graph, which indicate that a signature of a population expansion. And based on some other tests like neutrality tests of FUFS and also the Tajimandis, we found a negative value and some of them are significant at the alpha equal to 0.05, indicating yes, there is a signature of population expansion. And some other parameters or some other analysis that we conducted to support this finding is that like goodness of fit test, happening index, Okay, some squared deviations values were also non-significant, which also supports our data or trend that there is a population expansion. Okay, so these are the data that we tabulated in the table form, so it is clearer to be observed. All right, and this is for ND5. So I have summed up the data in my previous slide just now. And we also would like to see whether each of the haplotype, what's the relationship between them, so that it will help somehow for us to decide or to conclude what is the genetic pattern of our individual fish. So this is based on the D-loop marker. So if you remember, we found 180 haplotypes, so it's very messy here, and we don't see any pattern. Okay, but then with the ND5 gene, we see some star-like pattern, which indicate that it's a signature of population expansion. All right. And then we move to the discussion session. We found or we observed high haplotype diversity, but low in the ND5 and in moderate level of the D-loop marker in the nucleotide diversity. But these values concord or similar with other studies of the pelagic marine fishes, such as in the spotted mackerel, in the yellowfin tuna, and some other tunas within the region. And this is considered as a typical of large populations which have recently expanded repeatedly from the small population. And because of the low to moderate nucleotide diversity, it suggests that the population do not have enough time or without sufficient time to accumulate more mutations sites within the population. So all in all, this high haplotype diversity indicated the large effective population size, and for all the fisheries managers, this good news to be found that yes, they still have the large effective population size, meaning that they are not inbreeding, and we have good numbers of the individuals, okay, in the wild, even though maybe some places they have already reported over harvesting, over exploitation, and so on and so forth. But in Malaysian waters, okay, we still see that the population size, large effective population size, and because of maybe the population expansion after the Pleistocene epoch, we see that signature.
1 minute left.
Oh, okay. All right. So for the nucleotide diversity, nucleotide diversity, mitochondrial D-loop is about 10-fold larger than the ND5, and because this is the typical of the markers, the nature of the marker. All right. So I will sum up here that based on the genetic diversity and also the genetic structure, we come to the conclusion that both markers suggest it's a single stock management or management unit of the Tanas Tonggol in Malaysian waters. So all right, again, the markers suggest for a single stock unit for management. So for that, we thank our funder for this project, and also our collaborator, and also to the committee of this conference, this seminar, international seminar, for inviting me as a speaker for this very wonderful event. It's my pleasure to be here. And lastly, the work has been published in PeerJ 2 years back, and this is our conference, all right, in October. If you'd like to know more, can contact me. So terima kasih banyak. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Our PhD. It is very interesting presentation, just because your work is actually in the laboratory, but the information is really, really important for fishery management. And we are very happy to know that in your population Tongkol, the genetic diversity is still very high, right?
Yeah.
The haplotype is very, very high, and they are clustered in a single cluster.
Yes.
Again, I wonder if our second distinguished speaker is already joined us, Yan Xiao, PhD. the community? Is there any information? Ian said, "Oh, PhD." Okay, I think maybe there is a problem or technical problem to join this seminar, and we hope in a few minutes our second speaker will be joined us soon. Then we continue this session to the question and answer. So I invited all the audience to raise your hand. Yeah, of course, with the application of this Zoom. And if I just see the signing of your raise hand, then I will let you to deliver your question. Okay, the first question is addressed to Bu Umi Zakia from Universitas Brawijaya. Time is yours, Bu.
Thank you very much, Pak Yasman. Dr. Yasman. Hello, nice to meet you, Professor. Yeah, it is. I'm interested in the structure phylogenetic structures. You said based on your research that basically the species that found around our archipelago and Malaysia is not quite different. It's similar or in still the same group or something like that. Do you think how far this geographic will affect these phylogenetic structures? Do you think that probably we are still in a tropical area? Do you think that if we move to another continent or another, like latitude area, this will be still the same result that might be get if we try to observe the same species or in another area, in a further area or something like that. This is my first questions. And the second, do you think that this genetic will be also affected by kind of perhaps pollutions, probably microplastic pollutions, or even oceanographic factor? What do you think about that, Doctor? Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much, Ibu Umi, for the two questions. So number one, whether we see the genetic structure of this particular species at the wider geographic area. So I happened to read one of the review papers. I forgot who are the authors, but it is published, I think, last year or this year. They actually managed to plot for this particular Tanas Tongol. Yes, they already grouped the Southeast Asia, Indo-West Archipelago as one, and some other haplogroup, haplogroup of the Tanas Tongol at different other areas. So meaning that yes, we do see the genetic structure across a wider distribution area. And since this is particular for this Tanas Tongol, but of course there are also other Tongol species, other tuna species that people also study, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean. So it's very interesting to see that yes, they have their own clusters. Yeah, okay, but in our areas, okay, we don't see, even though with a very high mutation rate of the marker, because sometimes we must suspect that, oh yes, we use a slower mutation rate of the marker, we tend to see no structure. But now we use the control region, it's a very highly mutation rate, even ND5 also, even it is for the protein coding, but we don't see any structure of the Tanas Tongol. All right, so that's first question. The second one is the microplastic. I totally agree that there is a rising concerns about this microplastic. Even I think in my university, some people also work on these microplastic pollutions, because it's not only will pollute the fishes, but because end up we are the one that eating these fishes, so we might
Yes.
very much worry about that. And somehow I also, through my reading, I think people already detected in our is it lung or is it heart, the parts that people found the microplastic in our body. So we don't know whether we got that from the fish or whether we inhale the thing from our surrounding, but very dangerous nowadays. So but whether the microplastic or the pollution will affect the genetic structure of the fish, well, genetic structure, no, I don't think so, because microplastic, whether it will change the genetic DNA of the fish, then maybe it's in a very
long time, yeah.
Then only they can adapt or mutate, because maybe the microplastic now is not yet that harmful to them, so that they still can survive until at one point, if the threshold point where the fish start dying because of the microplastic, then they have to evolve to survive.
Yeah,
I think that's the evolutionary genetics thing, you see.
Yeah, it's growing concern about that.
Yes,
Yeah,
growing
thank
concern.
you.
Right, thank you so
Dokter.
much. Yeah.
Thank you. Terima kasih, Pak. Ya, Mas.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Bu Umi. And now I open another session for discussion.
Yeah, I
Is
think
there
someone. Fitri.
Yeah, Fitri.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I'm so sorry I can't open my camera because of some trouble. Thank you so much, Pak Yasman. Thank you so much, Professor Tan Nguyen Pao. It's nice to see you, and it's a very interesting topic. So, as I know, I'm still learner, Professor. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is AMOVA is the same as ANOVA, analysis of variance? Because as you present, I think that AMOVA is combined of molecular and analysis of variance. Is it wrong or is it right?
Analysis of molecular variance, yes, we use the DNA sequence to look to see the genetic partition or genetic variation within population, between population, or among groups. So there are three source of variation for our genetic variation in the analysis. Okay. Yes, I think you are right on to look at the genetic variation within population, between population, or if when we can group the population into group, then it's among groups or among regions.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. Because I see the interpretation of V as more than 0.5 is the same as ANOVA. So my information about AMOVA and ANOVA, I still confused. So maybe I can confirm from your answer.
Sorry, I think I heard you saying about ANOVA. Is it ANOVA? AMOVA and ANOVA?
Yes.
Okay. ANOVA is a different thing. ANOVA is analysis of variance, right? Of variance, only for variance, right? That is, you can use any of the data when you compare more than two groups, right? That's a biostatistic. When you compare of two groups, then it's a t-test or z-test. But then when you compare more than two groups, 3, 4, 5, and with only one factor, no outside factor, then you will use the ANOVA, because you have one-way ANOVA, two-way ANOVA, three-way ANOVA. That's a biostatistics. But if you use the data as the nucleotide, the DNA, so the term is AMOVA, analysis of molecular variance. Yeah, so there's a difference. But basically, the genetic source of variance, I would say almost the same, meaning that in your ANOVA, one-way ANOVA, for example, you will see the difference is it within the treatment group and also the between treatment group?
Yeah.
Yeah, the concept is about the same, just that the data that used to analyze is different. So AMOVA and ANOVA is two different things.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
Welcome.
Terima kasih, Pak Yasman.
Thank you, Fitri. Is there any question? We still have a lot of time to discuss with.
Where's the second presenter?
I just received information from the committee that maybe the second presenter will not join.
Okay.
Yeah. So we have times to continue the discussion.
Sure.
Is still there any question?
Yeah. Pak Yusman. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank
sure.
you. Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Tan. Nice to see you and very nice presentation. I'm a little bit curious about why you choose the ND5 and D-loop for paleogeographic. Usually, many people study from mitochondrial using cytochrome B for paleogeographic. And as long as I know that the D-loop is very diverse and maybe it's a little bit difficult to amplify during a PCR process. So what's your technique to get a very good sequence from D-loop? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Sabto. Nice to see you. Thanks for your question. So number one, what's the comment why I chose the two, right? So in my studies, yes, normally when we read the literature review, people tend to use cytochrome B, CO1. Those are the most commonly used markers. But because, but for myself and for my team, I usually will first look through my target species and in the literature review and also in the gene bank. I would like to see what are the available sequences that people already done, and so I will be able to retrieve the sequences from the gene bank, put it into my data analysis, and add value to my data analysis. Like for this Tanos Tongol, since I only found what D-loop. And in fact, the ND5 also I didn't see by that time. People didn't do on the ND5, but so first I choose D-loop because first other people also work on D-loop. So I see a lot of from the Indian Oceans, so I can get them and put into my data analysis. Now, secondly, I also read in the literature review that people, when they use a more conserved marker, for example, CO1, cytochrome B, I'm not sure whether it's one of them, but they say that cytochrome B, CO1, the more conservative marker are not able to differentiate the population because there is some preliminary data that Tanos Tongol is very in the midst of the population. They are highly migratory between oceans. So some reports already saying that those more conserved marker are not suitable. So that's why we choose another highly mutation rates of the marker, which is the ND5. And you say D-loop is very hard to be amplified. I think we are quite lucky because I think my students also amplify try and error. I mean, this is always the case in many of the laboratories that we have to optimize many times, but we are quite lucky to get the sequences for our samples. Yeah, and one thing also because why we use methods or markers that other people already done, so that we can optimize from their methods, so that we do not need to spend too much time on the optimization. Yeah. But I think another colleague also work on the D-loop, but I think they said they have some problem of the D-loop because we know it's highly variable, and to get the conserved region for the primers is a challenge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
One question again.
Okay. Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah. For example, and if ND5 is very rare, researcher submit or upload to the gene bank. So how to make a blast or to make a align with the reference?
Based on the DLOOP, we already know that, okay, these are the Tanas Tongo. So using the same sample, then we amplify for the ND5. And again, we are quite lucky because in my PhD, I work on the Tanas Rata ikan gabus.
Oh,
and I think we use the same marker, but luckily it amplified. Yeah, it's lucky. Yeah, you need some lucks on the laboratory work, you see.
If you extend your sample from another ocean like Indian Ocean and also Pacific, it will be interesting because you just compare in China, South China side. Yeah. So if compared to the Indian Ocean and Pacific, it will be wonderful and maybe will be interesting the results. Yeah, hopefully make a collaboration for the future.
Mana, Pak?
Yeah. It's I think collaboration is one of the questions because we can support sample and then just collaboration.
I know, right?
Yeah.
And especially because I think in our region, we are highly, biodiversity is very high. So barcoding, population study is very interesting. And because we also, the barrier like Indo-West, the Indo-West Pacific, our Southeast Asia, and then your Sumatra, and then your some of the Borneo Islands, is very interesting to see the genetic structure.
Diversity, yeah. Thank you, Dr. Tan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabto. And next question goes to Pak Abdul Muttalib.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, Mrs. Tan Min Pao. Yeah.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm asked for you about the. I'm appreciate for your research, and I'm asked for you what benefit your research for fisheries management in the world. Thank you very much.
Come again, apa?
What your benefit research? What benefit from your research for fisheries management in the world?
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
What was the benefits of this study to the fisheries management, right? So, for the fisheries management, usually they will need to collect several data, right? For the stock assessment based on the language relationships, and we can also supply that is if the language relationships, the stock assessment is based on what they collect 30 or more or hundreds individuals, and measure the length, measure the weight, measure the GSI, measure their condition factor, and so on and so forth, so that this information is used for the fishery management. But for our parts, we also able to supply about what the genetic diversity to the fishery management, meaning that just now, if for this particular example, that when we use the molecular techniques, all right, we're able to tell the authority that, okay, this particular fish at this area, yes, they are very highly diversified. So we don't have any, say, over-exploitation. So just coincidentally, kebetulan saja ya, for this Tanas Tongo, we're able to see a very high diversity, meaning that the effective population size is still large. So in my other studies, some location particularly, we can see that some inbreeding depression because of what? Because of the anthropogenic stresses, human activities. So the habitat diversity very low as 0.1 something, 0.2 something. So when this occur, when we see inbreeding depression, meaning that the population itself may not sustain at that particular location. So we have to alert the authority. But I think the situation in Malaysia is that we as academicians or educators in the university, yes, we can publish our data to the journals, right, the books, but our Department of Fisheries, yes, they do have their own team to do the stock assessment for the fisheries management in Malaysia. And but what I see, the way forward is that our Department of Fisheries, the authorities should work together with the academicians or the researchers from the university, so that it's a win-win situation. But back to your questions, that how do we benefit? Yes, it is one part of the data to manage the fisheries. All right. So again, so it's the genetic diversity is very high. maybe then we do not need to limit the number of the catch for this particular species, for example, because they are still abundant in the wild. Unless if you see that in a particular region or in a particular population, well, the number is very low, so that then we may want to restrict people from catch the fish. But again, this is a big question mark because we cannot restrict fishermen from catching their economic income, right?
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you very much. One that I have highlight is the still very high genetic diversity could be related to the very normal population in the nature, right? It is a good information for the fisheries management.
Yeah, you know one thing, because we also through the genetic assessment, we able to also refer back what happened in the thousands years ago, because our genetic don't change that much. So based on the molecular, we able to see the population expansion, especially when during the Pleistocene epoch, during the glaciation. That when because last time it's already the ice age, okay, when the sea level very low, the land masses a lot. So now when the ice started to melt and the sea level increased, so all the populations able to migrate or go to bigger areas. So that is one of the way that the population expand and become more number after the Pleistocene epoch. And these are the genetic signature that we're able to observe based on that study. Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you very much, Tan Min Pao, PhD.
Yeah.
It is exactly 20-minute presentation and 20-minute question and answer.
Okay.
And we are happy to have Yan Xian Oh, PhD, our second presenter for this second session. Hello?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Before I let Yan Xian Oh, PhD, to present her presentation, I'd like to introduce her first. Yan Xian Oh, PhD, is a senior researcher and now senior research fellow in Tropical Marine Science Institute, National University of Singapore. She got her PhD in marine biology at College of Science and Engineering at James Cook University, Australia in 2016. And her research interest is coastal ecology, seagrass and coral biology, and of course, their physiology. Her research focus is actually on furthering our understanding on how climate change and local scale disturbance impact seagrass and also coral biology and ecology, and how that affect the ecosystem functions to this coastal habitat provided of these two organisms, seagrass and also coral biology. So I will let you to present the presentation, 20 minutes. I'm sorry for the limited time. And after that, we will have next 20 minutes for discussion. I will let you present the presentation, and the screen and time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Let me share screen first. Okay. Oops. Can you see my PowerPoint slides?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's come now.
Okay, great. Cool. Okay. Then I'll just start with my talk now. I need about 20 minutes. Okay. Thank you for having me here. My name is Yan Xiang. You can call me Yan, and I'm a seagrass researcher from St. John Island National Marine Lab, Singapore. So seagrasses are very magnificent organisms. They are true marine flowering plants, and there are about 72 species of seagrasses around the whole world. And within Southeast Asia itself, we hold about 6% of the global distribution of seagrasses, and about a third of the species of seagrasses can be found within Southeast Asia itself. And seagrass, they may not look as colorful as coral reefs, or they may not look as magnificent as mangrove forests, but these very discrepant plants, they do hold very important ecosystem functions and services. So seagrasses, their design is very simple. They are plants, they need light to photosynthesize, they grow, and they get either eaten up or they just die and float off into the big ocean. And it is through these very intricate processes, seagrasses are able to transfer their energy and contribute to nutrient cycling. And all this comes together to provide all the ecosystem services that seagrass meadows are known to provide for human populations. So one example that we all know is that seagrass beds provide food. And they provide food for charismatic megafauna like your dugongs. So in this picture, let me show my laser pointer. So in this picture, you can see dugong feeding trails found in Singapore. And seagrass beds are also serve as foraging grounds for green turtles. And it's not just charismatic marine megafauna that benefits of seagrasses. We humans do also, because seagrass beds, they serve as natural habitats, foraging grounds, and nurseries for many a wide range of biodiverse organisms, and a large number of them are commercially important species for us. And more importantly, tropical seagrass beds are important in their interactions with mangroves and coral reefs within the region. And all these systems, when they are healthy and they are connected, they exert a stabilizing effect on the environment, resulting in important physical and biological support for other communities. Okay, so these are some of the more obvious benefits of seagrass beds. There are also longer term ecosystem services of seagrass beds that we do not see in the short term, such as the maintenance of tropical beaches worldwide. So seagrasses, by virtue of their structure, they are able to hold down sediments, capture and stabilize sediments so that erosion is reduced and seabed level is raised. And this creates a positive feedback for more seagrasses to colonize and for the beach to sustain itself and for water quality to improve, so that because more sediments won't get resuspended that easily. So we managed to demonstrate this shoreline stabilization effect in one of our experiments, where we replicated erosional conditions from the field in 10 centimeter diameter microcosm setup. So what we found is that for seagrasses are able to reduce the amount of sediments that's eroded compared to when seagrass are absent from seabed. And we tested this only with very small seagrass species, Halophila ovalis, which is about your thumbnail sizes. So it's actually a very small, tiny seagrass, but it's exerting a substantial effect on the sediment environment around them. And this mechanism for sediment stabilization also contributes to another amazing function of seagrasses, which is the sequestration and storage of carbon underground. And seagrass beds are known to be hotspots for carbon sequestration, and the global seagrass ecosystem organic carbon pool could be as high as 20 billion metric tons. So depending on the health of the seagrass and terrestrial forest ecosystems, if you compare these ecosystems area to area, seagrasses can store twice or even more the amount of carbon than terrestrial forests. And recognizing this carbon sequestration value of seagrass beds provides a strong argument for their protection and restoration. So, so with this increased interest in blue carbon, there are now more and more blue carbon accounting initiatives, such as the ASEAN Committee on Marine Science and Technology, Blue Carbon Initiative by Conservation International, and the regional initiative Blue Cares. Okay, so all this interest in blue carbon and carbon storage potential of seagrass beds is also partly fueled by our increasing recognition of the progress of climate change and the impacts of climate change on our lives. So I'm sure everyone here is no stranger to the fact that climate change could potentially pose a serious threat to life in our seas, including coral reefs and fisheries. And those impacts on marine ecosystem translate to impacts on economies and societies, especially those most dependent on these natural resources for their livelihoods. So climate change itself is a very large and complex problem. It encompasses ocean warming, extreme storm events, ocean deoxygenation, and ocean acidification. So it's actually a very complex problem that is going to affect coastal marine life. So let's go back to seagrasses and see how it's going to affect seagrass productivity. So my interest in seagrasses started with my PhD project, where I look at whether seagrasses will be affected by ocean acidification, which is an effect of climate change. So in one of these first experiments that I ran, quite surprisingly, I saw that under carbon dioxide enrichment, seagrasses show a linear increase with CO2 enrichment. And this linear increase happened for productivity, and it led to an energetic surplus. And notably, this pattern of response is quite similar among the 3 species of seagrasses that I've tested, and these are very common tropical seagrass species. So to further illustrate my point that ocean acidification may benefit seagrass, we just need to look at this picture. So this picture was taken at a carbon dioxide vent. So it's an underground vent where carbon dioxide keeps seeping from below ground into the seawater. And the bubbles you see here are actually carbon dioxide bubbles that's coming up, streaming out from the ground itself. And what we should notice is the very, very large seagrass meadow that has formed around these vents. So around these vents, you don't find as much coral cover or calcifying organisms, but you do see a large bit of seagrass cover. So this is potentially good news because it suggests that seagrasses could function as possible buffers of ocean acidification for downstream organisms. So how this happens is that with increased seagrass photosynthesis, it needs to take in more carbon dioxide to fuel carbon fixation. And as it does so, it increases the pH of the seawater around it. And this increase in pH is good for calcifying organisms like your corals, your shellfish, because they need slightly more alkaline water to calcify. And we further demonstrated this phenomena through this very simple field sampling exercise. So on Green Island, Australia, when the tide recedes, when the tide goes out, the seagrass meadows will have very many different sized tidal pools around the seagrass bed. So what we did was we collected water samples from many seagrass beds, from many of these tidal pools, and we counted the amount of seagrasses inside each tidal pool. So essentially what we found is that regardless of the size of the tidal pool, the more seagrass cover, the more seagrass you find within the tidal pool, the higher the pH and the lower the CO2 concentration. So this small experiment led us to get some more funding, a bit more funding to start a short project, which is to assess the potential of marine plants as buffers for ocean acidification. So in this experiment, one of the experiments that we did for the project, we manipulated temperature and pH levels in these tanks, in individual tanks, to simulate control conditions, warming conditions, acidification only conditions, and lastly, warming and acidification conditions. So 4 treatment levels. And in half of the tanks, we put corals only, and in another half of the tanks, we put seagrass and corals together. So what we found was very interesting. In this species of coral, Pachyceres speciosa, it had a higher energetic budget in terms, we calculated in terms of PR ratio, photosynthesis to respiration ratio. So this species of coral had a higher energy budget under warming and acidification conditions in the presence of seagrass. So while calcification rates were depressed by higher temperature, it appeared that being near seagrass under acidification provided some degree of relief and maintained positive net calcification rates. But this is only for one species itself. We did find differences in response between coral species. So this is something very interesting that we can further explore in future studies. So ocean acidification may benefit seagrass, but climate change related temperature changes may detrimentally affect seagrasses. So in 2012, a marine heat wave event happened. And what it did was it wiped out 80% of seagrass cover at Shark Bay, Australia. So the picture you see here on your right is actually a scene of devastation where seagrasses, once lush seagrass meadow is almost decimated out. And with it, there's a cascade effect where the fishermen lost avenue, the tourism industry suffered a great deal. So the devastation and loss of seagrass beds actually has strong economic repercussions too. And this is very scary to see because marine heat waves are predicted to increase in their intensity as well as their duration under future climate change scenarios. So who knows what's going to happen to seagrasses. And furthermore, to add fuel to the fire, human-induced activities have been changing water quality. And the main effect of this change in water quality is the reduction in light available to seagrasses. So seagrasses, they need light to grow. That's the basic #1 requirement for seagrasses. They just need light to grow and survive. And human-induced activities such as dredging, land reclamation, land clearing, pollution has been reducing the amount of light and the chances of survival for seagrass beds that are near coastlines. So that leads me to my question, what is going to happen to seagrass beds, or better known as blue carbon sinks? So we all know that most of the carbon is actually stored in the below ground section, in the soil section. And seagrasses, they basically form a biomass mat on top of that soil, of that blue carbon, to keep it intact, to keep it from escaping. So what happens when this mat is impacted by climate change? It's something like removing a mat or reducing the amount of mat cover on that stored carbon below. So is this going to turn seagrass beds into carbon sinks? Is this going to turn from carbon sinks into sources? We do not know. So for this upcoming project that actually it just started a few months ago, there'll be one of the main questions I'm asking. So what I'm asking is whether climate change is going to affect the various processes that contribute to carbon sequestration and storage in seagrass beds. And some of these processes include sediment trapping, sediment stabilization, and the biomass growth in seagrass beds. So my research centers around Singapore's seagrass bed. So I'll need to give you a brief introduction on where I work on. So Singapore seagrass beds are very modest in size compared to Malaysia or Indonesia, actually all around the world. Our seagrass beds are very small in size. The biggest one is Cyrene Reef, if you can follow my pointer, and you realize it sits right in the middle of a shipping channel. So essentially, if you look at the shape of Singapore mainland, our coastlines are very, very straight. And what this tells you is that most of our shoreline is made out of seawall or artificial structure. So because nature doesn't make straight lines, right? Okay. So my point is, even though a lot of our seagrass beds or a lot of our coastal ecosystems for the matter, they live in a very modern, very urbanized environment, we should not write off their ability to provide nature-based solutions for climate change. So in this study, 2015 study done on Singapore, the authors found that the seagrass meadow at Chek Jawa here, so yeah, so my laser pointer just covers the whole area of Chek Jawa. The seagrass meadow at Chek Jawa on offshore Pulau Ubin contain about 138 metric tons of carbon per hectare of seagrass. And that's equivalent to emissions from 34,000 car rides between Tuas and Changi Airport. So it's actually, for a very small size meadow, it can potentially provide a strong blue carbon storage potential. So what's the point of researching all these seagrass beds in Singapore? So with climate change, I'm sure most of us are aware that sea level rise is going to happen. And for low-lying island countries like Singapore, it's a very real existential threat, like we might get flooded over. So there's a lot of interest from the government itself to invest in coastal protection strategies. And sorry. And seagrass beds have been proposed to be a nature-based solution that can be incorporated into coastal defense strategy itself. And part of my research also helps to fuel that design, that incorporation of seagrass beds to alleviate coastal erosion while strengthening biodiversity as the climate changes. And with the incorporation of nature-based solution into coastal protection defense solutions, there's also a need to advocate for sustained long-term monitoring. So long-term monitoring may be very mundane and the return of investment is not immediately visible, but it's a very important process because it allows us to evaluate and learn and adjust our strategy as we go along so that we can improve the strategy and make sure they're effective in addressing the coastal erosion problem. And underlying all this is the need for marine science. So marine science is not as sexy as cancer research or genetic manipulation research, but marine science is still very essential for the survival of island countries like Singapore, like Indonesia. So
the time is 1 minute left.
Okay. So I work on St. John Island National Marine Lab, which is Singapore's only offshore marine research station, located south of Singapore's mainland. And as a national research infrastructure, St. John, the Marine Lab is open to all researchers, local and international, and has shared resources. And these include controlled environment aquarium facilities to support climate science research, a research vessel, Galaxia, and also numerous laboratory and equipment. So here I'd like to put out a call for everyone who's interested in blue carbon research, seagrass research, or even coastal ecology research. Yeah, we can get in touch and talk about how we can further our research, because really essentially for ocean science to yield meaningful data and also be sustainable in the long run, we need a multidisciplinary approach, and we need to be collaborative within the region itself so that we can do greater and better things. Yeah, so that's the end of my talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. for very nice talk. So we go directly to the question and answer session because time is now running very fast.
Okay.
So if any question from the audience, just raise your hand. Yeah, Naira.
Hello,
Yeah.
good
Give me
morning.
time.
My name is Neira. Where my sound is coming, I guess. My
No, just
question
keep your
is,
time.
okay. I'm also interested with your research area. As we know that Singapore is also a place where land reclamation is very intense and it's very high pressure of from human. But how is it? How Singapore decide whether to keep the seagrass bed as is an important subject to combat the climate change as well, and on the other hand, is the developing in the area. And also my question is, does the when you decide whether the seagrass as a carbon sink or carbon source just by the seagrass bed stay there, for example, and in the case of land reclamation, for example, because when we close the seagrass bed, then the carbon stays there, means that it's trapped the carbon, right? It's just as simple as that, or maybe there is other scenario, for example. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, okay, these are very good questions. So I think there are two questions there. The first one is, how do we decide whether to keep the seagrass beds or not, like whether it's important or not. So Singapore, we have been working on the EIA process. So if a developer or the government wants to develop a land, they need to conduct an environmental impact assessment to really survey the biodiversity there and also model the impacts, potential impacts of whatever development there to the ecosystems itself. And so as researcher, our role is also to provide information, to provide data on what are the potential ecosystem services that would be lost due to the loss of seagrass beds or impacts on seagrass beds in that area. So yeah, so we provide research to inform the people who are doing the impact assessments. And at the same time, we also work with agencies to let them know, oh, there's a seagrass beds over there, and what are the special things, like is there a rare species found there? Does it have very high carbon storage potential there? So ultimately, it all has to be backed by science and by sound data. Yeah. And so the second question, I'm trying to recall, your second question is whether the reclamation, how does blue carbon work essentially, right? Okay, that's a very interesting question because seagrass beds, I see them as a long-term self-sustaining carbon sequestration mechanism. So by themselves, they are able to continue to sequester carbon and keep it stored there. Yeah. But if, let's say, if you build over a seagrass bed, if you cover it with sand, so yes, you are covering that seagrass bed, but you have lost that long-term potential to store more carbon. So there's no guarantee that whatever you cover, the seagrass can grow somewhere else. So it's not equivalent. You're storing a bit, but you are losing a lot more in the long term. Yeah, and reclamation itself not only reduces the area of coastal habitat, you also lose the services that they are provided, such as shoreline stabilization, biodiversity, and connectivity to the rest of the coastal habitats in the region itself. So yeah, so the benefit of blue carbon should not be seen as a standalone. It has to be seen with other ecosystem functions that this certain plot of land provides. Yeah. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah. Is there any question? You just keep your existing seagrass, or you also have some try to replanting the seagrass on the habitat that have been known not really good, or you just keep the existing one?
Right now we are working more towards the strategy of keeping the existing ones we have here. Also, because the science on seagrass restoration, planting new seagrass is still not very well developed, especially for urbanized shoreline. Because like maybe compared to elsewhere that has undisturbed shoreline and has a large land area for reclamation, for restoration, Singapore itself, we are very limited by land area. So within a shipping channel, you can have big ships moving around. You can have people developing the.
Sorry, it seems to me that you have a problem with your.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I'm hearing.
Okay. Yeah. So.
Your voice is now lost again.
Yeah, we couldn't hear. We couldn't hear.
Yeah, I think with the earphone, maybe we just.
Is this better? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Now it's better.
Okay, I need new earphones. Sorry.
It is telephone.
Yeah. So to summarize, restoration efforts in Singapore, it's still hard to get it started because manpower cost is very expensive, and restoration work is very for seagrass is very manual labor intensive. And also there's also a question of land, how much land we have, because there's so many people using that limited land space. It's hard to really convince people to give you a plot of land to plant grass and not touch it for many years. But we are slowly moving. We are convincing people that seagrasses are important and this is a science that needs to be developed. So yes, so from protecting, I'm hoping that we can slowly shift towards both protection and restoration. Yes.
Thank you. Is still there any question? No? Okay, if there is no question anymore, so we come to the end of this session. I would like again to thanks to Associate Professor Tan Min Pao, PhD, and also Yan Xian Oh, PhD, for a very nice talk for this international seminar. And I will pass this session to the MC. Time is yours.
Thank you, Doctor. As an appreciation, the committee have prepared a certificate of appreciation for Dr. Tan Min Pao from Institute of Marine Biotechnology, University of Malaysia, Terengganu. Please accept our gratitude.
Thank you so much. Terima kasih ya.
And also for Dr. Yan Chang Oh from National University of Singapore. Please accept our invitation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much.
And also to our moderator, Dr. Yasman, please accept our invitation.
Thank you very much. I'm very appreciative.
And now we will watch a video presented by our sponsor.
Mandangin di Madura, Jawa Timur adalah salah satu penghasil rajungan di Indonesia. Muhammad Jumadi adalah satu dari sekitar 700 nelayan rajungan di pulau ini. Setiap pagi ia pergi melaut menarik bubu atau perangkap rajungan yang telah ia pasang kemarin.
Jadi alat tangkap perikanan rajungan, salah satunya bubu, banyak dioperasikan di perikanan rajungan di Indonesia. Bentuk bubu ini juga bermacam-macam. Ada yang berbentuk kubah, ada yang bentuk bujur sangkar, dan ada yang bisa dilipat dan tidak dilipat.
20 tahun menangkap rajungan, bagi Jumadi, bubu adalah alat tangkap yang paling efektif.
Kalau dari bubu rasa rajungan hidup. Kalau jaring itu mati, Bu. Mau jadi mati, boleh na asa ngait jaring. Mau bubu hidup terus ke laut. Bagus hasilnya. Daging itu bagus. Mau jaring itu kecil daging. Bisa tak enak makan. Iya, patah.
Dengan bubu, Jumadi bisa memilah hasil tangkapan sesuai regulasi pemerintah, yaitu tidak menangkap rajungan berukuran di bawah 10 cm dan rajungan bertelur.
Kalau mau kecil-kecil itu Bu dibuang, besar diambil. Kalau yang terlalu kecil tuh dia akan dituang kembali lah ke laut. Bagi itu hidup. Kalau ada telur dia suruh larikan balik, biar dia jadi bertambah-tambah lah.
Jika dibandingkan dengan alat tangkap yang lain, bubu termasuk yang sangat sedikit tangkapan sampingannya dan juga tidak akan menangkap tangkapan sampingan yang termasuk endangered ataupun protected karena dia memang celahnya kecil yang hanya dikhususkan untuk rajungan.
Sebagai komoditas perikanan yang menjadi salah satu unggulan ekspor Indonesia, nelayan rajungan berperan penting dalam pengelolaan perikanan skala kecil ini. Keberlangsungan perikanan rajungan bergantung sepenuhnya pada pola tangkap yang dilakukan para nelayan.
Jadi nelayan betul menjadi aktor utama di dalam perikanan rajungan ini karena nelayan yang langsung bersentuhan dengan sumber daya utama yaitu rajungan.
Di Indonesia ada lebih dari 90.000 nelayan rajungan. Umumnya berskala kecil dengan kapal kurang dari 10 gross ton. Di Pulau Mandangin, Jawa Timur, ada lebih dari 700 orang nelayan menghidupi keluarganya dengan menangkap rajungan. Setiap pagi, nelayan membawa hasil tangkapannya ke pengepul.
Ya, sudah dari 2011-12 kita mensosialisasi tentang ukuran. Kalau di bawah 10 cm kita tidak ambil. Gitu kan. Kita tidak ambil, rata-rata kita yang ambil 10 cm ke atas. Dan kenapa? Nah, yang bertelur pun kita tidak ngambil, gitu kan. Supaya demi keberlangsungan usaha rajungan di Pulau Mandangin atau di Indonesia.
Besarnya potensi dan pemanfaatan rajungan di Indonesia mendorong Asosiasi Pengelolaan Rajungan Indonesia atau APRI terus melakukan perbaikan pada perikanan rajungan.
PIP atau Fishery Improvement Project atau program pengembangan perikanan rajungan di Indonesia ini adalah perangkat yang digunakan untuk memantau apakah aktivitas perikanan kita ini termasuk lestari atau tidak.
Kementerian Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional atau Bappenas dan United Nations Development Program UNDP melalui proyek Global Sustainable Supply Chain for Marine Commodities mendukung percepatan FIP rajungan yang dikoordinir oleh APRI ini.
Dari dalam PIP ini akan dipantau tentang status stoknya, terus dampak terhadap lingkungan dan habitat lainnya, dan juga program pengelolaannya. Jadi ini akan melibatkan dari tingkat nasional, provinsi, sampai ke daerah, sampai desa.
Salah satu kunci dari perbaikan perikanan ini adalah pendataan.
Kerja saya di sini mencatat hasil tangkapan nelayan, mulai dari biologinya terkait panjang, berat, dan jenis kelaminnya, itu kita data semua. kita juga mengumpulkan data NTS, non-target spesies, untuk keperluan pengkajian stok di perikanan ranjungan. Itu untuk melihat masih layak nggak ranjungan ini ditangkap, atau daerah ini masih layak nggak untuk dilakukan aktivitas penangkapan ranjungan.
APRI juga menerapkan kontrol dokumen untuk memastikan ketelusuran produk.
Nah, kontrol dokumen ini ada semacam dokumen yang akan jalan dari rantai titik terbawah sampai ke ekspor. Ini penting untuk mengetahui dari proses ketertelusuran tadi.
Kontrol dokumen itu kita lakukan memang tujuannya ada dua, yaitu mengenai traceability dan ujungnya sustainability. Dengan traceability maka pihak konsumen diharapkan bisa mengetahui dari mana bahan baku ranjungan itu ditangkap, nanti kemudian menggunakan kapal dengan ukuran berapa, ya kan? Dari alat tangkap seperti apa. Jadi semuanya itu terrekord.
Proses pencatatan ini menjadi informasi rantai pasok, mulai dari nelayan, cooking station, mini plant, industri pengolahan, hingga ke tangan konsumen.
Pencatatan kita per nelayan itu misalnya kita beli misalnya nelayan si A 10 kilo gitu kan, kita catat 10 kilo, misalnya B-nya lunak nggak dibeli. Sampai seterusnya kita punya nelayan sampai 10 ya, dari A sampai Z itu kita dicatat semua gitu kan. Ada semua dokumennya gitu.
Jadi kontrol dokumen ini untuk memastikan bahwa rantai pasok APRI itu clean. Jadi kita mau melihat bahwa apakah ranjungan yang diproduksi di dalam rantai pasok APRI itu sudah memenuhi regulasi pemerintah, baik pemerintah nasional ataupun yang dilakukan oleh negara eksportir.
Di sini hampir semua masyarakat Pandeglang ini bekerja di pemrosesan rajungan, terutama perempuan. Rajungan ini sudah bagian dari keluarga saya sih, Mas. Bekerja di pemrosesan rajungan ini. Karena dia banyak membantu ekonomi keluarga saya, bisa menyekolahkan anak-anak, bisa biayain kebutuhan rumah tangga.
Rajungan sekali cek kan tak bagi kala lekas cepat raja deh. Mun raja kan bisa ekala boleh bernelayan kan bisa tetempung. Mun ni kini rajungan tak bisa etempung ni.
Dari tahun 2006 saya sudah pakai alat tangkap bubuh karena soalnya bubuh itu enak, simpel lah, sederhana, bisa milih-milih rajungan yang kecil dan yang besar. Soalnya yang kecil itu bisa dibuang, nanti kan nelayan itu punya harapan ke depannya. Alhamdulillah, ini ada lagi, Mas.
Harapan saya, para pelaku usaha rajungan itu secara kompak melakukan sustainable fishing di Indonesia. Kenapa harus kompak? Karena perairan Indonesia itu sangat luas. Tidak mungkin hanya satu atau dua pihak yang secara aktif melakukan program-program tersebut.
Laut dan isinya adalah bagian dari hidup kita. Dan untuk memastikan isinya itu dia tetap terjaga, itu adalah tugas kita untuk anak cucu kita ke depan. Semoga apa yang telah kita lakukan ini menjadi inspirasi untuk perempuan-perempuan yang ada di dunia, terutama di industri perikanan.
To the next agenda, there will be presentation with 5 topics, namely climate change and ocean threats,
marine bioprospecting and food security,
renewable blue energy,
sustainable blue economics,
and sustainable ocean technology. This session will be led by Dr. Tri Pratono. To Dr. Tri Pratono, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So let's continue our session this afternoon in the morning. So I would like to invite 5 speakers. Desti Sukmawati, also Rahmat Ashari, Sri Dianing Asri, Winking Era Rintaka Siwi, Nebuchadnezzar Akbar. So I think I hope that all presenters is prepared on it, because as you know that we have a very limited time. So I hope that you all presenter can manage a time promptly. I'm sorry that the time is very it's very limited. So I'm not long with to introduce you. So please. Desti Sukmawati, time is yours. Okay. Hello, is Desti there? Okay. Desti Sukmawati, I think here already so in the screen, present in the screen, Nebuchadnezzar Akbar and Winking Era. I think we with the other 3 speakers, Desti, Rahmat, and Sri Dianing. Okay, okay, Desti, Rahmat, please, can you show your? Okay, well, we have to have you see that we have a limit time, so I better, in that case, because we don't want to lose many times, I think I would like okay, we invite who has already in this screen. I think first I give to Mr. Akbar. I think because you showed earlier, so
yes,
yes, okay, good. Please, your time now.
Okay, I will share my presentation. Can you see?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
We see it, yeah.
Let's see. Okay, thank you very much for the chance for given to me. I will be presenting my research about morphometric and relationship, long wake relationship Halmahera walking shark population in Murtai Island, in the Murtai Island Sea, North Maluku, Indonesia. Also, yes, this is introduction and overall, Murtai Island is located in the northern part of Halmahera. You can see this presentation, and this island is classified a biodiversity hotspot and coral triangle and geology process encoded ring of fire and plates, and then oceanography factor. There are Pacific Ocean, Arindo or Arus Lintas Indonesia, eddy current, and Indian Ocean. Geographic position provides species richness and species endemic advantages. Hemiscelium halmahera. Hemiscelium halmahera is as endemic species in Halmahera that was discovered by Allen 2013, and this species is very unitary because it's told using a pectoral fin. Their strategy to maintain population sustainable to converse to population sustainable is conservation. They are main problem of their species in Murtai region. And the first about exploration by cats, and then population information unpublished, especially morphometric and long wake.
Mr. Akbar?
Yes.
Akbar, I think your slide's not moving, still in the title slide. So could you move? Yeah. And also a bit better if you, yes, put it in a slow slide, yeah. Slideshow, sorry. Okay, now, yes.
Okay, next methodology, we are collection 30 individual in Murtai Island, and we using diving, snorkeling, and bycatch in from fisheries. My location collected Hemiscelium halmahera in the coral reef, seagrass, and mangrove, and morphometric measuring. You can see from total length until low tail. Yes. Data analysis, morphometric. We used PCR, principal component analysis, cluster or dendrogram, and linear allometric model. We see the sex in situ. Yes, the result told that so that there are male and female sex, although it's not significant data. They show that reproduction process continue because two sexes are still found.
Akbar, can
Yes,
you move? Can you move your slide, please? Because yeah. So yes, which slide do you present now?
Oh,
Okay, just continue. Yep.
okay.
Yeah.
And morphometric character Halmahera in Morotai Island. We individual morphometric variation we are found in Morotai Sea. You can see that total length until weight and very variation morphometric. The result about PCA, the collection of morphometric, the character in the east and south is Morotai, so that there are strong morphometric similarity between individual at these two locations. And this is the endogram.
Yes, please next move your slide because we don't see that your word explain. Yes, okay.
Okay, the results about language relationship. We found that negative allometric growth, and this result illustrates that the increases in length is faster than weight again. Okay, the conclusion, environmental character have a role in fish growth pattern, and although it's known that the biological adaptation population has been established, this condition normal criteria because fish will adaptation their habitat. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Akbar. So I hope that the audience can follow your presentation and might there's some question from the audience later on. So then I think we just continue the second presentation. So I would like to give for the presenters all, and then after that we have some discussion. Okay, please, Miss Winking Era.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, Dr. Tripartono. I permit my presentation, sir. Okay. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Let's okay. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have you still enjoy and enthusiastic in participating in the ESOS 2020, and here I am talk about rapid assessment to site selection aquaculture, seaweed aquaculture development in Indonesia Sea, and this my presentation title: Analysis of Sustainable Site for Seaweed Aquaculture Development in Indonesian Sea, case study EFMR 713 with the application numerical model data. This work of a research collaboration with IMRO from KKP, MMAF, and I am a graduate program in Ministry graduate program in IPB University, and my new institution, Research Center for Oceanography, National Research of Innovation Agency, Republic of Indonesia. This is my outline, introduction, methodology, and until conclusion. And now, seaweed is excellent product for cultivation in Indonesia. President Jokowi commitment to rally to the industrialization of the national seaweeds is a positive and strategic step. President has stimulated with the presidential regulation number 33 of 2019 concern the national seaweed industrialization roadmap. In the world, United Nations concrete data 2018 was not that in 2014, the volume of dry seaweed export reached more 169,640 tons, and Indonesia contribute 70.10% total world export volume, around 160,750 ton. United Nations concrete data 2019, the volume of Indonesia export in 2018 to 250,453, more than 80% of the total volume in the world export. In 2019, the product volume seaweed Indonesia amount approximately 9.66 million tons, after China. Indonesia, the second biggest seaweed producer in the world. One of the strategies to increase seaweed production development of the KKP or MMAF, especially in the Directorate General Aquaculture, is extensification to increase the potential use development land. It estimated around 840,000 hectares of effective undeveloped land seaweed aquaculture in Indonesia. The potential area of seaweed aquaculture is currently recorded at 1.1 million. Utilization rate only less than 25%. The purpose of this study was to conduct a rapid assessment the sustainable of development of seaweed aquaculture farming using numerical model data based on the multi-criteria evaluation atau MCI in the SMRF 713. These are my location. The research was conducted in the Indonesian Fisheries Management Region 313, which include from Makassar Strait, Bone Bay, Floresi, until the south is the Bali Sea. The method. The data was used include depth from bathymetry from Etopo 5. We can from NUDC with a 5-minute temporary resolution. And the physical data include with height, current velocity, temperature, salinity, and brightness data are obtained from the output of the Copernicus Marine Environment Monitoring Service. We can download from the Marine Copernicus with a spatial resolution 12 degrees until maybe 9 kilometer resolution. Water quality chemistry data include pH, phosphate, nitrate, ammonia with a spatial resolution half-3 from output of the Siemens model. Analysis of the sustainable of seaweed certification in the study use of MCA spatial technical from the Maskensky and Nard and Sousa in 2018. As many 40 parameters was modified into the 8 parameter because the social aspect and infrastructure we are not include in their calculation. And this with a percentage from the physical geography and water quality. Physical geography we are with presentation 90% and the water quality 10%. The physical geography include a depth and wave height and current velocity. And the water quality include temperature, salinity, pH, phosphate, and nitrate. Combined to the weight percent, we conduct the sustainable side of seaweed aquaculture development. These are data from the physical geography submodel and the water quality submodel. We have depth data from ETOPO. The resolution is 5 minutes, and the significant width from the Siemens, the resolution is the 1 cross 12 derajat, and current 2. Water quality include the temperature, salinity, pH, phosphate, and nitrate. This result, the sustainable of seaweed cultivation from the submodel physical and geographical in the EFMR 713. We can see the color indicate of the scale of the score when 1 is blue and is not sustainable, and the green the second is green is the sufficient sustainable, and the third is yellow, the sustainable, and the fourth is red is very good sustainable. This output are from the submodel physical and geography. What is the output of the submodel water quality? This sustainable of seaweed output from the submodel water quality. The color indicate of the score when 1 until 4. 1 is one blue color is not sustainable. 2 is a green color is the sustainable, and the 3 is yellow is sustainable, and the 4 red is very good or sustainable. And we have a combined from the overlay the sustainable of seed purification overlay from the submodel water quality and physical geography, and we get a result. The color indicate of scalar score where 1 the blue is not sustainable, the green the second is the sustainable is sufficient sustainable, and the third is yellow is sustainable, and the 4 is very good sustainable. The conclusion of the research of the over environmental parameter analyze geographic physical parameter, wave height, depth, and current velocity, and the most domain from that determine location seaweed qualification. By utilizing our numerical model output technology, this study success the classification of sustainable of the seaweed qualification. These are only the rapid assessment, not a detailed resolution. And the second, the results show the location seaweed qualification include in 9 provinces at the WPP 713 or cover area 63,000 kilometer square, about 13.12% of the total area of the WPP 713. From the result of the analysis of the level community in WPP RE 730, which includes 5 provinces, is very sustainable category. Only a small part is used for seaweed qualification by local communities based on data information is a province from the development province, and they sound that still with open the development especially of water and very sustainable category. This is recommended to remain based on environment principle and adjustment to a coastal spatial plan, and has prepared including conservation area. So there is no overlapping use between qualification area and conservation area. This to help the rapid assessment selection from the seaweed aquaculture. These are my reference, and thank you very much. Mati. Halo. Assalamualaikum.
Sorry, sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot to unmute my my
Okay.
screen.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Miss Era. Yeah.
Yes.
Who supervised to call you? Sorry. Okay, okay.
I
Miss
stop my
Sivi,
screen.
Sivi, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you very much. So we suppose have the other three presenter. Unfortunately, at the moment until this time, the other three presenters not attend yet. So I think we directly made do some discussion to explore the two presenter. So then I would like to invite the audience if there's any question or maybe suggestion regarding to the his or her presentation, please raise hand or just any question from the audience? I think this good center because they like the shark. This quite myself is quite new. It's quite new from to hear the walking shark, and also it's also interesting in how to make a set selection. Yeah, because you see that we seaweed is quite the very potential resources in our Indonesian. So any question, any question, please?
There is raised hand,
Please,
Patrick.
yeah. Let's see. Okay, yes. Please, Mr. Abdul. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon for all. I will question for Rintaka. I appreciate for your presentation, but now I'm asked about your justification to your research about the site suitable site for seaweed growth and life. What your reason about your adjust site suitable or non-suitable? Make sense? Thank you.
Okay. I hope to Rintaka, you can get the question. So how you justify in terms of the suitable site for the seaweed aquaculture?
Thank you from the question,
And
Mr.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Pak Abdul Muttalib, I think your line is not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Please.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any other question? Because
yes,
when you spoke just now, the line is not unstable, so we can
Yes.
not hear your second question. You can repeat now.
Okay.
So the first question is about how to
Again, I'm-
justify. Yeah. How about the second? Is there any second question?
Second question. Second question for I will question for Mr. Akbar.
Okay.
My question for Mr. Akbar: what environmental factor influence for Halmahera shark distribution in your site study?
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Right. So two questions. One is for the Ms. Rintaka, and second is for Mr. Akbar. Please go ahead, Bu Rintaka. Please.
Okay, thank you very much from your question. I share my presentation.
Yes, yeah, please.
Oh, okay. In my research method, the weight presentation, presentation from the physical geography and water quality. And am I share? Can you see?
No, not yet. So please, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Aduh, jadi kerasan. I'm sorry.
Yeah, starting now. Yeah. I think that's your presentation, right?
Okay.
Yeah, just make it make it bigger.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I have a classification of index from the physical geography and the water quality. And the physical geography, we separate about 3 parameters: depth, significant weight, and current. And this parameter, we classification from the 4 classification, 1 until 4, and the first until 4, and this one from if the depth there are 3 is the index 1 and the 2 20 until 50 and like this. And the second, from the significant weight, we have a classification index 2 from 1 until 42, and another parameter, current and water quality, can different classification index until 1 until 42. If the index all the parameter we have overlay from the physical geography submodel and the water quality submodel, we can result overlay from the locations sufficientable and not sufficientable from the classification of this index. Yes, like this.
Okay. So, okay. Any response from Pak Abdul? Can you go?
Maybe this research is not high resolution because we use data from the modeling output model because the resolution 9 kilometer. This use tune the scale of the land scale like the WPP in Indonesia. The first rapid assessment, not a detail, from the to site selection from the aquaculture, seaweed aquaculture. If the result from this research, we can continue the detail from the site selection. We can another data like satellite data with the higher resolution like this. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. So the point is this result is the resolution still rough, right? So you need more smooth resolution. Okay. Please, Pak Abdul, any response to this answer?
Thank you for your answer, but I listening about your presentation. You say about the sustainable. What difference sustainable and suitable? Please, your answer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
This is sustainable in the classification class 4, and the sufficient sustainable the classification class in the second. Yes, like this. We classification from the parameter from the geographic parameter and the water quality parameter from the index 1, the first until the fourth. And the sustainable is the state of fourth, and the sufficient sustainable in the state of the 2, like this.
My point, what sustainable different with suitable or same?
Yes.
Or different?
With difference.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bu Rintaka and also Pak Abdul for your answer and your question. So then, okay, the second question from Pak Abdul regarding to the what environmental factor affect the distribution of the working stock? Yeah. So, Mr. Pak Akbar, can you answer that question, please? Pak Akbar? Pak Akbar, I think she lost connection, probably. Okay. Okay. Okay then. Because Pak Akbar still, I don't know, have any difficulty to join. Okay. Abigail. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Actually, my question was for Pak Akbar too.
Yes. Okay.
Because we didn't see most of his slides, right?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
So I really wanted to see the slides about the methods and the results for the genetic aspect of the study. But as he's not there, maybe I should just lower my hand then. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very unfortunate. Yeah.
Okay.
I also,
thank you.
Yeah, I could see also. I couldn't see the slide properly, so also make me difficult to follow at the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Any other question?
I have question, Pak Tri.
Okay. Prof. Johnson, please.
Okay, to Rintaka, thank you for your presentation. In this study, you analysis some parameter to identify suitable area for seaweed cultivation. How to determine the weight of parameter. For example, you make depth, water depth 0.9, but current wave only 0.05. How method to determine the weight of parameter? Thank you.
Answer, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you for your question, Prof. Okay. I try. And some parameter we use only 8 parameter from the research, another research by Sousa. Sousa use 40 parameter, and in this our research only use 8 parameter because we use only from the output data from numerical model from the Siemens and the availability data we have, and availability data we have and free, and this data is not high resolution because we use the rapid only rapid assessment on the lands or area from the BPP. And why we only use the 5 parameter different from the research, another research Sousa, because we use the available data from the output numerical model. If the ideal research, the next step, maybe we have to combine the satellite data and that's the high resolution to now the assessment or detail in the seaweed aquaculture. And in this 5 parameter, we separate the weight from the parameter from the reference from the MTA reference, and we weight the weight from the its parameter. Example, depth, and I give one example. From depth, we give the weight more than weight than the wave because depth. This is bathymetry is a more significant, very significant than the wave parameter and current parameter, especially in the coastal and the BPP 713, like this, Prof. Maybe. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Usually in spatial analysis, we use ESP analytic analysis to determine how much, for example, the weight of all every parameters. Because I see, as you told, deep water 0.9. That's mean compared to another parameter, only, I mean, yes. Another parameter only impact only a little. So directly, based on the weight 0.9, I think almost deep water impact to analysis of land, I mean water suitability for seaweed. So my suggestion, please use here are EHP analysis to
EHP
determine the weight of all parameters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you for the answer and discussion with Prof. Johnson. Any other question? If there's no, I just wondering if Bu Rintaka, could you show the slide with overlaying the suitable selection? Yeah?
Okay.
I think I saw the slide. Yeah. Because there is the yellow one. The yellow is
okay.
Yeah. No, the other. I think the next one after you
this overlay.
Yes, that's
okay,
right.
This
okay,
after
this
overlay.
one. Yeah.
Okay.
So this actually you overlay the physical and also the
water quality.
Water quality. Yeah. So seems to me there is no such a very good suitable site for the location for the seafood aquaculture. Can you could you I don't know whether this is it's too large, too big, so I couldn't see the red one in this picture. Or maybe could you show, maybe if you see put zooming a little bit, is there any area that categorized as a very good site?
Yes. In this area in BPP 730, we make the classification class from the first and then the fourth, and the first is the not sustainable, and the second is the sufficient sustainable, and the third is the sustainable, and the fourth is very good sustainable. And from the result from the overlay to the water quality and physical geography overlay, we result only two classifications from the result of the overlay. They are sustainable and the yellow one, and the sufficient sustainable, and we not get very good very good sustainable. Yes. Because maybe our data is very the resolution from the output from the model is masih kasar gitu loh mungkin.
Very rough.
Yes.
It's not quite smooth.
Yes, not smooth. Maybe if we continue to analyze detail with this location, maybe the sustainable, we can make classification again. Maybe the yellow one can very good sustainable if we continue to produce the analyze with the high resolution, maybe like this. Okay.
So then meaning from this picture, from this color is yellow and green, meaning that because so it seemed to me that the physical geographic is quite positive impact. I mean the very important impact to this area, to your okay. So how in that case, why could you explain why that's quite important in that area?
Yes.
Is there any why why so very important that area?
I know what you said. Okay. From the bathymetry, we use the resolution or 5 minutes. And the water quality, we use the resolution per 12, maybe
12,
9 kilo, yes,
Yes,
10 kilometer. This is a very the resolution not detailed because from the output data model only the not high resolution like a satellite like this.
Okay.
To help the rapid assessment online.
Yes. Okay, got it. So again, as any further question from audience, maybe or maybe some suggestion. Okay, right. So let's see. I have to look first, make sure that it's not.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Right. So since there's no more question from the audience, so again, I think it's time to end of this session. And thank you very much. Mr. Akbar, I think it should be a very nice presentation because it's quite new for me. The walking shark is quite new for me, so it must be interesting. But unfortunately, because of some situation, he cannot join us again. So thank you very much, Bu Rintaka, for your presentation. So I hope that this information can give us more information for us regarding to which area for the seaweed aquaculture. Thank you very much to all. So, and then I close. Thank you very much. And I put it back to the MC. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tri Pratono, for your time. Before we close today's agenda, we want to remind all of the presentators that you can access the program book, the conference schedule, and the virtual background on the link that you can see on the screen.
And also, we would like to inform that tomorrow agenda, there will be a breakout room. We'll start at 8:30 in the morning, so don't miss out and please be on time. Once again, we would like to thank you to our sponsor, APRI,
Dakar Coffee,
Indonesia Blue Economy Center,
and Living by Mandiri.
Thank you for making ISES 2022 possible. Finally, from the deepest of our heart, we would like to apologize for every imperfection during presenting of this event.
Thank you very much for your kind attention.
We'll meet again tomorrow.
See you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Seksi batu manikan di berjoget sama di kota dia mengingat sebab mengkajula-jula. Bagimu negeri jiwa raga
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With 1,000,000 timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru gunungnya Bamega, Bamega, Bamana Purdi Samangkara, Bamana Purdi Samangkara. Batamu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman bidadara, Samalayang iman bidadara, Samalayang. Sayang sayang si patokaan matego tego gorokan sayang 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 si patokaan matego tego gorokan sayang sajojo sajojo yumanam komi sabapare samuna muna muna keke samuna muna muna keke soleram 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 anak yang manis janganlah dicium sayang kalau dicium merah pipinya kampungan jauh di Mato Kunwangsan sebaku milian takkan aja kawan-kawan nalamu sangke basuh yang surya